get us all set, guys. I'd like to go into the ByuN match first, because ByuN's section of the bracket's pretty cool. It would be if ByuN wins out, then he goes into versus Rogue, and the winner of that plays against Clem. So I think that's likely what we watch for the first few matches today on a WardiTV. Mondays taking place on a Monday. I know. Crazy talk. Imagine hosting your Monday Cup on a Monday. Lame. ByuN knows that we want to get in his game. Rogue Hearthstone is better. There is no Rogue Hearthstone on this bracket. I don't know what you're on about. How did Hearthstone get into the tournament late? What is this? Okay, well, we're gonna go Rogue Hearthstone. Alright, yeah, we go Rogue Hearthstone. Yeah, so apparently, Hearthstone literally just told me, so he wasn't signed up on time, but he had the page open to sign up, but he hadn't confirmed. So I put the bracket live, I'd seeded it, I started the tournament, and then, at 3 minutes past the hour, Hearthstone accepts the confirmation, and the tournament adds him 3 minutes late. This is actually the craziest thing I've ever seen. He literally just hacked his way into the tournament. He was legitimately late. He even asked me at 3 minutes past. He's like, hey, can you add me? I was like, no, it's actually too late. And then you guys are like, what about Rogue Hearthstone? I'm like, Hearthstone's not in the... And then he's in the bracket. This is actually crazy. I have never seen this happen. Someone adding themselves after the start time. Actually crazy. I can't... The thing is he's going to have to play Rogue because I can't seed him. Because other players are already in their matches. So it's too late to seed him somewhere higher because it would shift all the matches around. So he will play against Rogue in round 1. Yeah, I mean, it means we get some Hearthstone Rogue action for our first round. Like, I'll take it. He genuinely was not in the bracket. I look like an idiot. Everyone's like, what about Hearthstone Rogue? I'm like, we're going to cast ByuN Maxmore, and everyone's like, Hearthstone Rogue? I'm like, this matchup doesn't exist, guys. You're all crazy. No, I'm crazy. Haxton, yeah. What a move. Show up late. I guess he was here on time, or early, or on time, whatever. But then he didn't press the button on time. This is actually nuts. Like, I've run tournaments on Challenge for 10 plus years. I think my first tournament on Challenge was in 2012 or 2013. It's like 12, 13 years. I've never seen this happen. Ever. This is actually insane. Actually crazy. Absolutely nuts. Actually nuts. Alrighty, guys. Again, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope everyone is doing well. I'm just getting everything set up. YouTube wasn't quite ready initially. It looks as though we're getting good to go there. Beautiful. Sweet. Cool. Yeah, we'll get into House Burgers. They're ready to go. Early Zero Space goes into early access today. Yes. Zero Space goes into early access. I think it's like 6 p.m. or so. I believe that's around 6 p.m. So that is later today. I'll not be streaming it today. I am very tempted to stream some of it tomorrow though. Like maybe an hour or two before we cast StarCraft or something. We have a WardiTV Monday on a Genuine Monday. I know it's been 3 weeks since this happened. I know. I've got some bad news for you all though. Next week, it's also on a Monday. And the week after. And the week after that. But not the week after that. Don't worry, guys. WardiTV Mondays 100 is going to be the day. What day, you ask? It's going to be on a Tuesday. Top tier content. Top tier content. We're going to wash out for Hearthstone versus Rogue. To start the day off. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. Good to see you all. Let's get some StarCraft 2 rolling. In the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to start things with the red Zerg player. Here in WardiTV, excuse me, here in WardiTV Mondays edition 96, we have ourselves the red Zerg Rogue. On the top right, our blue Protoss. It is going to be awesome. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. It's been a crazy, crazy 24 hours. The 24/7 stream got not just its first subscriber, guys, but its first 3 subscribers. Isn't that just crazy? What a night. What a night. And now we've got WardiTV Mondays on a Monday. What a day. Looking forward to today, actually. I do think it's going to be a good day. I think we're going to have some good games. We've got a good lineup of players today. I like the section of the bracket we're in. Hearthstone versus Rogue, winner versus ByuN, winner versus Clem is the likely pathway for this section. And that's probably just going to take us right up to the round of 4. So, yeah, I think that's very cool as this Proby comes across. A couple drones are going to gather around. Why is Max Pack Seed 11? So, Hearthstone actually was a big advocate for this seeding system. So the seeding system to the TLDR is we seed the top 4 from the previous Monday Cup. So if you got top 4 from the last Monday Cup, you get seeded in that order. Which does mean that, for example, like say the top 4 players from last week play this week, they would play different variants of the top 4 in the semifinals. So, you know, you can't beat the guy you beat in the finals until the finals again. But if you wouldn't play the same guy in the semifinals. So there's a bit of variety there. But then everybody else is randomized. And so we randomize the bracket, we seed the top 4, and then we drag anyone who is not a semi-pro to pro / no name down to the bottom. and everyone else just stays in the order they got randomized in. So it basically goes the top 4 from last Monday Cup, all of the known players and pros and stuff, and then anyone else that wanted to sign up. So there is like a seeding set of tiers, but there's not really any seeding within those tiers. And what that does is it means that every single week, we get very different brackets, we get very different matches. Sometimes you get like really good matches early on in the tournament, which is very good for us as well. It just creates variety, which is something that a weekly cup, I think, really lives from. One of the absolute worst parts of the Monday Cups when ESL did them, and this is not a complaint, but every single week, it would always be a Clem Max final, right? Or like initially it was always like a Clem Hero Marine final. Like there was never really much chance, and it was always like the very similar bracket because it was always seeded based on ESL points. So every single week was like Geralt Clem in like the round of 16 or the round of 8. You know what I mean? Like it was very similar matches every single time. In this tournament, every tournament looks a little bit different each week because we have the seeding a little bit more randomized. Obviously, if someone doesn't play for 1 week, then their seed disappears from being top 4, right? So, you know, then they have the potential, you know, for example, if Clem doesn't play this week, next week he doesn't have a seed necessarily, and his section of the bracket could look very different. So it's just about mixing it up, basically, getting some variety in the tournament. And yeah, this was something that a lot of the players asked for, especially players like Percival. He was signing up every week, and Percival was very frequently seed 16 at the time. He was always like seed 15, 14, 16, like around there, like the bottom end of the pros. So every single week, his first match, well, if he played around at 32, he'd win that into Clem, Max Packs, or Hero every single week. So that was just like every single week, that was how the games went for him. So it's like, it's not fun for him to play, right? Whereas now, because the bracket's a bit more randomized, you can always kind of look into a better bracket for yourself. And I don't think there's any easy section of the bracket. Everyone's very good. But it just means there's more variety for the players too. So allows us to have a, like I say, a bit more variation going. Rogue is going to go with a no chill. And he says, YouTuber hacking his way into the bracket last second. Let me show you the full power of Roachling. Harsman's not really doing anything to help himself here either. He did hallucinate, but he didn't actually scout anything yet. I mean, there's the hallucination now. It's kind of wild. You just have to use all of his force fields already. This is not a good sign. The fact that first lings are going to force all of your force fields, and he's desperate to defend this third base. This is not the right call. Oh, no. I have the feeling that was not meant to be the recall. That was meant to go down there. I get the feeling this recall was meant to take us to the natural. Because I think the hallucination saw the all-in coming. Yeah, I don't think recalling to the base he was stood next to, that's about to be all-in, is the play Horst was looking for. GG. GG. One last note on the seeding, guys, is sometimes one of the nice things we can do as well is, because there's no like hard and fast seeding, is sometimes if I can see all 3 Zergs are signed up, because we only ever have like 3 Zergs that sign up, and they're all in the same section, I can spread them out a bit too. So I can make sure we don't just end up with like all the Zergs killing each other and then losing to Clem in like the round of 8 or something. So we generally do that as well. So it's still essentially randomized, it's just got a little bit of racial balancing as well. That sometimes happens too. So it just makes, like I say, we're just trying to capitalize and make it as good a cup as possible. It's not like I'm like, oh, I really want to see this guy play this guy, so we'll put them together. It's like if the 2 Zergs are next to each other, I flip a coin, and whichever one it is gets moved up or down a seed, so that the ZVZ isn't here. And then, because if you move them up and down a seed, typically it swaps the half of the bracket that they're on. So it's just a very small, easy thing that essentially is still randomized. It's just going to take away from specifically ZVZ, because we have so few Zergs. I would do the same thing, say Clem and Q were the only Terrans signed up. We'd probably do the same thing to split the 2 Terrans up as well, to just try and get a bit more kind of racial diversity across the entirety of the bracket. You can't split up the Pros players, there's too many of them. But, yeah, like you say, just little things to help the tournament be as interesting and as cool as possible. Interesting and cool. Cool, cool, cool. Work on the bottom left. I'd say a good build, but I don't even think we really got to sort of come to its real fruition. At the end of the day, Hearthstone realized it was coming, made a game-ending mistake right then and there, and that was pretty much just it. So I think it's fair to say that that was not quite how he wanted things to play out. Professional YouTuber. Yeah, Hearthstone is a professional YouTuber. I can already see the thumbnail. I made this entire Protoss army disappear with one click. Recalls his units 2 steps away. This is the quality content we subscribe for on youtube.com/Hearthstone. Don't like that title? No Protoss has ever made this move. How to lose you and stupid stuff. Yeah. There's the kind of move where you just have to laugh it off. Like, it's a mistake, it happens, it's whatever. That's Nexus first from Hearthstone. A little cheeky. I mean, these builds have been all over the last few days, guys. Obviously, people experiment with some different ways to open and stuff. Some different timings of base timings and into gateways and so on and so forth. It was certainly one of the moves ever made. It was certainly a move. It was certainly a move, that's for sure. Cybercore about to finish. Link Speed Queens and the drone on the way. A couple of drones coming across. Planes will head across the map just for a moment. I was gonna get the battery down. A couple other Lings gonna keep moving around. That Proby continues to be nibbled at for a few moments as well. So the pylon, somebody gonna pop. And Hearthstone, obviously. What's interesting about this Nexus First is Nexus First into 2 gates was always very popular. But because Gateway is built so quickly now, in terms of they build units out of them so quickly, like you're going to see a lot of potential kind of styles where players are able to kind of do these more kind of aggressive expansions and get away with just kind of Gateway-based tech defending, or at least that's the idea, especially with Force Field's a little bit buffed too against Ravagers. It's interesting for sure. I think this... I will stand by it. I think this gateway change is the best thing to have come of all of these patches. Because the one thing that I think has truly changed in the game is some of the approaches that the Protoss players can take. You know, like, even if I don't even know if they're good, but I think stuff like this is actually kind of new, somewhat innovative, and plays around with, you know, that specific change. And I think, you know, we're seeing that kind of be, the situation. Very happy about that. I honestly, like, I thought the warp gate changes were kind of crazy at first. They obviously changed them a bunch since then. But if nothing else, I think this is the thing that has really provided us, we're going to say the word. This has really provided us with variety. You know? So yeah, it's an example of it right now as Rogue gets into his Rotron. Just on the probes, couple stalkers going to get there. Lings get turned away. Sentries are nearby as well. So going to see that Nexus and the battery continue to come through. A couple of units just going to push the Zerglings away for the moment. Overlord hanging around over to the left-hand side. Again, stalkers and the sentries are pulling back. A couple of those Lings already starting to go down. Plus one stalker. Probes, a robot facility, and the assimilator coming about as well. Just going to see the Ling Roach. Oops, sorry. A little bit of a jitter on the screen. Ling Roach is going to start moving across the map. The Ravager will begin to morph in as well. So get ready to make a move here. A couple Lings going to run up this ramp. Going to start going after the Stalker for a couple seconds. Stalkers, the Sentries are going to gather up. A couple more Lings going down. These Lings going across the other side. The Ravager's morphing. So Rogue attacking again. This time at least Hearthstone is back in his base. So here's what's interesting now is that now you're dealing with an all-in as Hearthstone with no blink. But you've got a good amount of Stalkers. You've got a good few Force Fields. Obviously, like I say, the Ravages, I actually feel like Force Fields were a possibility there early. I'm going to see the Lings have a surround that's good corrosive files. The Lings on the right side kind of killed Hostum. I actually think Hostum had a moment he could have Force Fielded the Ravages in and shot down a few of them and then Force Fielded himself away from Lings. I think that would have actually been the move. Because what happened instead was that now obviously you see the surround. Let's take the rewind. Maybe it's not actually there. I mean, maybe this is just tough without more batteries and so on. Like right here, I think he should play the Force Fields. Because if you go Force Field, you probably kill 2 or 3 Ravagers. Rogue's units are out of position. You can Force Field here to stop Lings coming in from the bottom. And then worst case, you step away from here and you step towards the Lings and he has less piles to work with too. I think that was the moment to go. Instead, Hostum steps back. The moment he steps back, it's the perfect setup from Rogue. Battery's not done. Lings surround. Force Fields are going to be minimal because the Ravagers are still in reach to Corrosive Vial, most importantly. So the Force Fields don't even achieve anything here. They do nothing, unfortunately. Yeah. There's no way that's holding that. I don't think so either, but I mean, it's nice to think of ways of hope instead of, you know, it's nice to be hopeful sometimes, TLDR. Alright, just ask our players if there's any issues, but we're going to go ByuN Rogue for the round of 16. I'm just looking at the round of 32 and making sure everyone is probably playing, but I think we're good. Yeah, we should be fine on all the other matches. Alright, I'll be ByuN Rogue in the round of 16 for us guys, getting ready to go shortly. I'll run some ads just in case we get long TVZs. I know it's a couple of sets of ads early, but you got to do them these days. Start these streams, there's no time to hang back. Cool. Yeah, we'll head into ByuN vs Rogue, guys. Let's start shortly and get this ready to rumble. I think both games he should have scouted earlier, no? Like, both games he could have had a hallucination a lot earlier to see what was coming. Yeah, fast third centuries. I don't know. Variety, guys. We like to mix it up, you know. We like to mix it up. Rainfall coming up. We're going to jump into this lobby. Alrighty, we are jumping in. No bug. Perfect. Rogue ByuN round of 16 action, guys. And we're sticking with this section of the bracket for the foreseeable future today. Let's kick this off. In the top left-hand side, we have got ourselves the blue Zerg. Haven't even got the Mondays logo up. Oh, yeah. Amateur hour over here. We've got the blue Zerg in the top left-hand corner, Rogue. He is rocking through Hostum in that round of 32 match and into this round of 16 in WardiTV Mondays 96, taking on a red Terran player, ByuN. Game 1 of this BO3. Racks down, Overlord moving, few drones on the way. Let me get this ready to start. Let's kick this off. Who do I think is the GOAT of Terran? And that's such a wild question. I got asked this earlier today on the 24/7 stream. I think it's very hard to say that Maru is not the GOAT of Terran. No. Like, and this is purely from like a longevity perspective. Maru had so much success before Clem even became like a pro, you know? Like, and he's continued to have success through that time as well. Like, it would be different if it was like Maru was good up until Clem came about, and then Maru stopped playing, and then Clem became great. But like, Maru's been good all, you know, for so long at this point. So I think greatest of all time Terran kind of has to be Maru. I honestly think like if Innovation was still playing, he'd have a very good kind of claim to it as well. For example. So yeah, I think it's very hard to. Greatest of all time. I mean, of all time, you just have to say Maru, no? Like, it's just not even... Because the thing about Maru as well is he's been dominant over so many different metas and times of the game as well. And that really is a credit to it as well. Like, you know, Clem has obviously been around this year for 7-8 years, a long time at this stage, don't get me wrong. But he wasn't... There was so many more times where, like, yeah, I think I've made the point, right? As yo, Bendy Touch, thank you so much for the 4 months resub on the Prime. Appreciate you, thank you so much. It's sad how many pros have quit. Yeah, it really is. It's so nice seeing players like Innovation and Trap play a little bit again. The problem with StarCraft is it's just such a time investment game. We need like a we need the retirees league, you know? We need like a league for the retired players. The problem is the retired players won't play for anything. They won't play for nothing, and so then it's like, well, maybe we should actually be supporting our active pros. I don't know. Queen is going to fight Reaper taking shots. Couple Lings going to force that Reaper away. The Marines are going to move forward. The Command Center morphs into an orbital. And this Barracks is floating forward to give us the high ground vision to deal with this Overlord early. Protoss greatest of all time? Protoss greatest of all time is a tough one. I mean, Hero obviously makes an extremely good case for himself, right? I mean, it's very hard to go against Hero because he's still dominant now. I think Classic also has a very good case for himself. Another Protoss who has dominated throughout the eras. The problem is we've not had a Protoss who's like stood head and shoulders above the others, I think, over a long period of time. I think recency bias definitely tells you Hero. Yeah, Protoss is a harder one. Like I say, recency bias is the thing. Like, where do you cut it off as well? Like, if you go back 3 years to when Zest was playing, do we still consider Zest, or has him being gone for 3 years completely ruined that claim, you know? Isn't Hero literally the only Protoss threat to Serral ever? That's not true. I think Classic's had his fair share of success against Serral too, no? I'm gonna look this up and see. I mean, has any Protoss had success against Serral is maybe the better case? Maybe Hero is the best threat. Problem with Classic is Classic's playstyle plays well into... Same as, like, Serral's playstyle plays well into Classic's playstyle. Same as, like, Maru's playstyle plays well into Serral's playstyle as well. Wow, Classic is 4-13 against Serral all the time. That's crazy. 4-13. Only ever played Serral after Serral got really good, though. Did Hero ever play against Serral earlier than that? That's also a good question. Wow, Hero's first match against Serral is 2022. Hero's 6-16 against Serral. So what, 4-14 versus 6-16? Like, you know, there's not a lot of difference there between Classic and Hero. Like, Serral's just a beast, guys. Like, you can't really base... Like this is the crazy thing. Some of the absolute best Protoss all time have a 25% win rate against Serral. Like, Serral's just insanely good, especially in ZVP. The Zest has a higher percentage win rate. He's 4-11 against Serral all time, although one of those is a best of one. Man, it's kind of crazy. It's actually kind of crazy to look at these things. Serral's just been so dominant in ZVP for so long. Stats? I don't think stats was good against Serral. 4-9? Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Man, the first time they played was that GSL versus the World Final. That was a sick final. They obviously played a BlizzCon final against each other too. The famous Serral 2018 BlizzCon win. Here is more outstanding than Classic in his play. I don't think that's true. I think Classic, when Classic plays, I think Heroes play is more flashy. I don't necessarily know if it's more outstanding. Classic's play is much more like solid and kind of like well-rounded, but Heroes play stands out more because it's flashy and so, you know. So I think that's a hard one to say. Neeb against Serral? I don't think Neeb has a good record against Serral either. 5 and 14, man. All of these Protoss are like 25% win rate against Serral. One of Neeb's victories is a 1-0 win in the WardiTV Team League Season 6 in 2016. My Insanity versus #OnFire. That is a throwback, my friends. That is a throwback. Oh my goodness. All right, we are here in Rogue and ByuN. Let's. I mean, we've had a pretty passive start, which is why we've been yapping on about other things. This is a 5 rack, so what's really interesting here, one of the things I've seen people discussing is if you 5 racks all in as a Terran now, how powerful is that? Because obviously you get going a little bit sooner, your economy's really strong really early, and if you start doing well, it's obviously a little bit cheaper to splash a command center in for follow-up. Now, typically you don't want to do that because you're very behind on upgrades here, you're very committed to this, but if you do see success and you need to kind of, you know, but you can't end the game, following up's going to be a bit easier now. I love ByuN's initial position. Does Rock still alive a big deal as the Lings threaten the counterattack? ByuN has a good amount of units at home. I was going to say, those Marines do have combat shield, right? For a moment it looked like they were naked, but they are good. I was just going to be seeing the fight starting in, so we're just going to throw some damage. Yeah, we get rid of a hatch. Rogue, I think, very smartly just lets it go. The longer this game goes on right now, the better it is for Rogue, because his economy will benefit from time. He does not benefit from engaging into this, which is why you just let that left side base die and expand to the upper right. You do not need the 4th base active all of the time here because you're, in general, up 2 bases with the 4th. You're already up a base, just keeping the 3rd alive. ByuN starts an engineering bay and an armory, so he recognizes that Rogue's not playing into the I'm going to fight you and clean you up straight away, so he's going to at least threaten the idea of further upgrades in the game. Like I say, Rogue's had a lot of time. He's getting Hydra upgrades, +2 carapace is going to be done soon, +1 missiles. If Rogue can wait another, like, minute, I think he's going to be in a really good spot. I really think the pressure's on ByuN, and Rogue expands to the left side again. So right now, ByuN's going to make a move top right, and Rogue's going to say, okay, siege up, take your time and get there. I don't mind. What is more scary is if ByuN pushes this base, because this is a base you might actually need to hold on to. Massive auto turrets come down. Are we going to commit here? Rogue with a decent spread of Hydras, but we've got the tanks firing from afar. The first Banelings don't get close, and the Banelings continue to see a lack of success onto those Marines. Big fight continues. The upgrade lead in Rogue's favor. Having +2 carapace has got to be helping. The drop on the left-hand side we'll check in on in a moment. Because Rogue didn't lose the top right base, he can lose the left side expansion, but is essentially going to be the 5th now. That gets cancelled, but you're safe. Not going to allow ByuN into the main. I think this is just a defense already from Rogue. I think this is a hold. He bought a lot of time. Like I say, he did not buy into engaging into this early. He was so happy to sit back and just give it up and say, you know what, ByuN, have my base. Very well executed by Rogue. Just and threatened well enough with the Lings as well that it wasn't easy for ByuN to advance the position. He didn't run into the main army, and he ran Lings across the map, and he didn't just throw them at the Marines. He said, okay, you Marines sit behind that wall and be scared of me, and as such, you can't join it with the main force, so it's not going to feel good trying to kind of, you know, push this force further forward. All of this just added into the time that Rogue needed to flip the supplies, let that economy sink in, let these upgrades finish as well, and now Rogue in a very good spot. This is going to be a bit of a messier fight for Rogue. It's off creep. The Banes are stuck behind Hydras. Getting siege tank down very quickly. Target fire from these tanks is pretty good to help out. The Banes will mostly fall. The problem is Hydras against Marines, as long as the Hydras in the correct kind of numbers, they're going to be absolutely fine, and they absolutely are in the right sort of numbers right there as well at the moment. So feeling very good there as the Marines, the medevacs, and the tanks join back together and reposition. Just going to see +2 missiles and the melee upgrades still coming through. The 2-2 upgrades coming up also for a few moments. Grab an Overlord, a little bit of Lingbane Hydra, deciding where we want to go. And Marine already going down. Hydra's on the top side, engaging into these Marines. Reload into the Medivacs, making a getaway. Medivac goes super low. Now the Marines on the left side going to take down a hatchery at the same time. So just going to knock that away. It's going to be seeing the rest of the Marines of the tank coming back over. The Lings are going to be there, looking to try and grab the tank, looking to get a wraparound on this. A few Marines. It's going to go through. A few of those Lings going down as well. 2-2 upgrades, +1 vehicle weapons coming about. The Medivacs are loaded up with Marines as well. Just going to take a bit of a journey to the super far left-hand side. Marine tank liberator ready to make a move. Just going to be seeing this orbital evacuate in the main. Going to go to the third just to keep us in this game and keep us mining a little bit. We're just going to dive bomb into double spore crawler coverage. There's a third spore on the right side, which basically means you have to go up the far left. It's working decently for now. The Queens and a couple hives would love to get rid of some of the Medivacs. We've got to get rid of these Marines, though. And it's a nice start from ByuN. We're going to lose a pretty full Medivac towards the end of that. They put one spore in the top left. I think it's going to be very difficult to unload those units ever, as the Hydra step up and get rid of the lib. ByuN is bleeding out. I mean, he's going to try everything he has. But generally speaking, this game is pretty doomed for him. What's the tank count out? 2? He doesn't have the splash, surely, to see this through to a deeper stage of the game. At least he's going to be on 2-2 upgrades, but, you know, the Zerg is on 2-2. Zerg starting Hive as well. Rogue giving himself the options as this game progresses, getting himself better units up and running, more and more available over time. Two more Bane's going to pop out and join up on that right side. The Lingbane Hydra as well. Sport to the left side, going to gather up too. And again, just seeing that +2 armor on the way. A few Marines and Medivacs building up as well. Looking good for the moment. Marines come over, just going to be seeing this hatchery. Taking damage. Bane's Hydra continuing through. The Ling's going to finish off these rocks. Going to jump onto a siege tank here already. The Hydra Ling Bane continues to shove. Liberator goes down. Tank gets caught. The Ling Bane will continue to chase. Actually going to crash into these Marines just for an epic ending. Thank you, ByuN, giving us some thumbnail material right there at the end of this game number 1. ByuN will get banelinged, and a Rogue will take the 1-0 lead in our best of 3. All right, we'll jump into game 2 of this in a few moments, guys. Just going to double check there's no issues. There's not. Check the rest of the brackets moving along nicely. Cure already 2-0 Nicorect. He will play Classic or Rex. Hero is waiting for Perceive a Luna Bloom. Shin waiting for Alarak and Life for Aya. Alright, game 2 starting up here between ByuN and Rogue. Clem's also waiting for an opponent as well. I believe they are all playing. I believe I saw them all early, but takes some time to figure it out. Yeah, the Chinese name is Silky as well. Yeah, I believe they're playing. I'll do some further chasing up if there's no results after this next game. Let's get into game number 2 for now, between the Terran and the Zerg in the bottom left-hand side with the 1-0 lead, dealing with the 5 racks, 2 base all in very comfortably. This is the blue Zerg player, Rogue. In the top right-hand side, our red Terran player is going to be ByuN. Are the secret lab chairs actually worth it? I really like mine. Worth it in terms of price? I don't know. I don't know how much you'd pay for. I'm sure you can absolutely find cheaper options, honestly. Is the quality of these better than these other options? I also don't know, because I've not checked out the other options. I've just had a secret lab chair since we got one free from TSL like 6 years ago, and I really like it. It's comfortable. I've never felt uncomfortable in it. I sit in it a lot, and it lasted me a long time. You know, like, I think my TL chair lasted me like 4 years or something. Like, I only just bought a new Secret Lab chair like a year ago, and then I bought this one because it's got a freaking Eevee pattern on it, so, you know, there was nothing wrong with my previous one, so, yeah, it lasted me a long time. I use it every day. That's always comfortable, so I had no reason to change. But, I think in terms of gaming chairs, I honestly think it's the best gaming chair I've ever sat in. But gaming chairs are also notorious for just being slightly overpriced based on brand as well. So if you do go shop around, I do think you can usually find like probably something similar, maybe even good quality for cheaper. But yeah, I mean, if that's not as much of a concern for you, like I said, I wouldn't go back on having mine. I'm very happy that I have mine. And if this one broke today for some reason, I'd buy another one tomorrow. You know, like, for me, it's just my chair. So, not sponsored or anything as well. Like I said, I got gifted one by Team Liquid like 6 years ago. So, but not obligated to speak well of them. That's just genuinely my experience. I would shop around. I would shop around and see if you can find like a better deal or something that looks better. But yeah, if you're not as worried about price, I definitely recommend it. Like I said, it's going to last you a long time. You can sit in it for hours a day. They have different sizes, so they can match you too. Yeah, that's my experience with them. Couple queens and lings. Going to be on the way through. A couple drones, factory in the orbitals coming up as well. And marine producing through. Just been following this overload, but not a lot really happening just yet. First 2 to 3 minutes. Still a little slow. Terran can expand a bit sooner, but that's pretty much all that's changed on this current patch, so it's still a bit slow. And there's no Reaper, so when you go for this no Reaper build, obviously you lack information as ByuN, but you also just lack the pressure that we typically watch early game in TVZ, so. Am I talking about headphones? No, I'm talking about the chair that I use. Secret lab chair. I wouldn't recommend my headphones. My headphones are specifically for broadcasting with. Like, you know, they're broadcaster headphones. They're comfortable enough. I wear them for hours a day as well, but if you want like actual better sound quality, there's much better options. Yeah, there's better options in general. Like, these just work well for what I do, which is sitting for long periods and having to talk the entire time. It's just it's a headset. It's an expensive headset. It's a very expensive headset. I don't know how much they are now, but when I bought this one, it was like, you're talking about like, I think this headset was like £600 to £800. It's pretty pricey. Every now and then I have to buy a new wire for it, because sometimes the wire frays or goes a bit loose and dodgy. And the wire alone, the connective wire, is like £60 or something, and because they're like branded, like it has to be this one, there's like no way around it. But yeah, this headset really is just good because, like I say, if I was if I was casting with one of these mics that stand on my desk, you would hear me like be like casting from over here half the time, guys, because like I just keep turning away from the microphone, and then like I'd come back to it and it gets loud again, and yeah, I just can't have this thing in front of my face the whole time. I'm always impressed by these streamers who play games with these mics in front of their face. Like, I have no idea how you do this. I guess you just get used to it, but like I casted with a mic in front of my face for years. Years. And I hated every moment of it. I never got used to it, you know? And that was just talking, never mind actually like trying to play stuff. Crazy. What is crazy is that ByuN's playing mech. We saw a little bit of mech from ByuN yesterday, playing against, who did he play in the semifinals of the cup yesterday? Young Yakov, right? So we saw a little bit of TVZ mech from ByuN yesterday. He's going to go for a little bit again today. I like that spore. That's actually cute. It probably saves you a couple of drones. Those Hellions being able to run straight through. Especially because you're playing mech here as ByuN. You're not afraid to like throw these Hellions in. I mean, he threw them in anyway, despite the position not being great for him. And he only gets 3 workers here, so this actually works out very well for Rogue. It's a good cleanup early, gets a bunch more drones coming out. Then ByuN moves into Magfield Accelerator with the Infernal Pre-Igniter for this very typical mech setup, which is going to be Hellbat Cyclone, or Hellion Cyclone. Later on, he will want to add the tanks in and start to sprinkle his splash damage and add that up, but he wants the map control and the pressure that you can apply with this Blue Flame Hellion Cyclone combo first. Now, what's going to be interesting is, what does Rogue know? Usually the biggest issue when you play against mech as the Zerg is knowing it's mech first of all. Did he? Okay, he actually has seen 2 factories, but is that second factory That might have been the first factory relocated. I'm not actually sure how he saw this. The fact he's going +2 carapace to me suggests that he has no idea it's mech. Because there's no reason to be prioritizing carapace upgrades now and to not be throwing down a Rotron. This is the first... Oh, sorry, he has a Rotron. Ugh, stupid moment. Not be starting +1 missiles, how about we say that? +2 carapace is just not as good as, like, attack upgrades in this scenario, especially because, like, Cyclone lock-ons... Oh, God, I'm going to show my lack of knowledge about patches now. I don't believe the Cyclone lock-on is affected by upgrades on the unit it's attacking, right? Or did they change that? Was that bugged? I can't remember what the Cyclones did. Too many changes recently, and now I'm forgetting what the Cyclone changes were way back when. But generally speaking, just Carapace is like your anti-marine upgrade. And yeah, it's going to be nice overall. But the +1 missiles is obviously what you really want to just, when you do get to fire shots, do as much as possible. And you think Cyclone lock-on is spell damage? Me too, but we had the whole Cyclone bug thing, and it was a thing, and that's just made me uncertain in my phrasing, so yeah. Just gonna see how Cyclones and Hellions are gonna step through. Just gonna get a couple of Queen's jumps. He's getting ready now. Yeah, I don't think he was playing. I mean, I'm gonna have to double check what he actually scouted. The Overlord saw the factories, so the Overlord did see it was double factory then. I'm just surprised then that he was just so Ling heavy for a while, but I mean, I guess he did have the Rotron. Fair enough. It was bugged a long time ago. It was bugged until not this patch, but the patch before that, though. I say this patch is in the last few changes. It was bugged until, like... When was the last change? I think it was, like, September last year. I thought it was only fixed, like, later last year. Right? I believe. When did we think that mech was going to be hidden for? Was that EWC? Everyone was hiding mech, and then mech was never a thing. There was this rumor at EWC that mech was going to be a big thing. It just never was. I think the Terrans sprinkled it out there to try and waste some Zerg preparation time. The Lings don't get the right angle there, unfortunately. This is going to be a better angle trying to come from the top, but I fear that we've lost too many Lings already. Bane speed is not done yet either, so Rogue kind of needs to back away. This is not a good trade at all for Rogue right now. As the Cyclone stays locked onto the Ravager, going to clean that up and just get a lot of value as you chase this off. Like I say, we're desperate for the Bane speed. We're more desperate, perhaps, for the Infestor, right? Getting a fungal growth down, getting some ability to lock these units in place. This army thrives from its mobility. So if you take its mobility away, you're instantly going to be in a much better position than you would have been otherwise. So that's got to be kind of the go-to at the moment. Just having the couple units move back. Guys, my Discord's not opening on my other PC. Sorry, I have to tab for a second just to see if it was a player thing. It is not a player thing. Alright, Cyclone's going to lock on. Hatchery taking damage. The Lings and the Roaches and the Ravagers coming through. The few Banes on the left side. Actually going to catch some of the units in the middle of the map, which is nice. Unsiege tanks and a Cyclone or two is not a bad catch at all. So Rogue going to win out a little bit there. Still chasing again. I wonder if this is just a little bit too far to be chasing. He's going to have the Bane showing up. A decent amount of Hellion still for some splash. The Cyclone's going to run. Rogue stringing units across the map at the moment. Why mass Cyclone? Because you need the mobility when you play mech. If you just go, I mean, you say well-positioned tanks. The problem is that tanks in low numbers without like bio support just get overwhelmed too easily. And so you need a lot of tanks, but to get to a lot of tanks, you need to apply pressure throughout the game. Otherwise, the Zerg just... The typical issue with mech is if you try and play into tanks, you don't want to move out until you're maxed. But if you do nothing until you're maxed, the Zerg just outmasses you. The Zerg takes all the bases, the Zerg takes all the drones, and then even when you have a scary push, the Zerg's like, oh no, I have 3 bases on the other side of the map, I'll just protect those instead. You know, you push the top left. So the Hellion Cyclone is what keeps the Zerg in check while you eventually go into a stronger army later on. In this case, I think ByuN is feeling like he's got momentum and there's not been a good answer to Cyclone, so he continues to find efficient trades. He can use this to maintain map control and take more bases and get set up for longer. When he starts to see more of these spellcasters and more ways in which he's not able to keep pushing with these Cyclones and so, I would believe that ByuN's then going to go a bit heavier on the tank production, slow it down, pull back a little bit more, get a couple Thors in here as well. Until then, I think ByuN is absolutely correct to keep playing this Hellion Cyclone. Until Rogue shows he has a much better answer for these units, then yeah, I think adding more Cyclones and keeping the pressure up and giving yourself the chance to establish control of this game is a big plus as 4 command. You know what it is? It's like, it's not even unusual to see 4 command centers go down. It's just like, this is a perfect example of, in the past that would have been 3 command centers. Now it's 4 because you just, you know, the 4th one is free nowadays. And now a 5th command center starts. I can't believe they didn't increase the cost of like the orbital or something, man. Like, increasing the cost of the planetary is crazy to me. Terrans make like 4 planetaries per game. Meanwhile, they make like 20 orbitals. It's so wild. It just feels like making the planetary cost more is just such a whiff. It's like, why is the what in no world of this changes the planetary fortress going to be the problematic part? We did catch a fungal there. A lot of these lings going down. We've got corruptors on the way, by the way, which is smart because we do have liberators on the way up from ByuN. He's going to get a few more Cyclones still, so he's still happy to go into these Cyclones. He still wants to utilize these right now. Cyclones locking on. The Roach Ravager is going to get chased away. Cyclones pushing down to the bottom side. Extra Banelings are all producing through. Zerglings are coming across as well. So people can't PF rush in team games. Mate, if you're playing in team games, 100 mineral cost on a command center has a 0 impact. Like, this is not team game hate, it's just team games are so unoptimized. Like, the 100 minerals is not going to change anything, let's be real. Come on. There's no way. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. If it is that, that's crazy. And ByuN's going up to what is his 3rd, his 4th planetary now. Already has 6 orbitals in the game. Many more command centers getting ready to morph. Let's see, the Broodlords are here. Kind of funny because Cyclones, if they get the right lock-ons, obviously are pretty good against the Broods. This is why I said he wants to start making tanks and Thors, because you want to make sure you've got an answer to Broodlords. In this case, you don't really have an answer to Broodlords now. Now 5 Thors start up. Oh, that Liberator on the side did some work, by the way. And we missed the Corrosive Biles. They got a bunch of Infestors. This Liberator over here doing some work as well. Broodlord's coming through again. Just going to see the Cyclones getting caught, getting cleaned up already. The Ravager Bane still joining back together. I can't believe that Liberator did so much work. Denying all of the Infestors is huge, because now you can't stop these Cyclones chasing through. Also, he has Neural Parasite. One of the best things you can do in this scenario is Neural Parasite the Thors. If he could Neural Parasite the Thors, there's no tanks, or there's very few tanks that could actually deny the Infestors from afar. No, this is crazy. These Broodlords could have been so much better. They could have been so much better supported still. And this Rogue is now going to switch into the Ultras. I still think the Broods did well, but I actually think they did well enough, and they could have had more, like I say. It's going to be seeing the Thors coming around. Mecha's the way. I mean, maybe. Haven't seen enough of it. The issue with mech, every time it looks good, is that once people start actually playing mech, Zergs are like, fine, I'll play safe against mech. And they just start destroying mech, you know? This might be a bias, might be a silly point of view, but I really feel like there's a high percentage of mech games that won because Zergs are just like, almost disbelieving in the fact that they have to play against mech, right? It's like surely I don't actually have to do... Okay, fine. If people are actually going to use it, I'll play it properly and practice it again and know what to do and how to trade. I like, it sounds crazy, but I actually do think that's a little bit of a factor, at least, as Liberator sieged up. Again, just some of these libs have been very annoying. I actually, honestly, I would love to see what this game turns out to be if there's a few Infestors to support those Broods still. I mean, I guess there wasn't a lot of Broods left anyway, but... Entry goes down. A couple more creep tuners being picked away at. At this point, ByuN's army is looking good. He's got the money to back it up as well. These Neurals are nice, but that's a lot of your Infest energy gone for 4 Cyclones. Ultra's going to chomp on the other side. How do you keep bases alive against this mech force? How do you fight this mech force? Like I say, I think we're going to need some combination of think you need some combination of like, well, just very good neurals, but like I say, there's not a lot of tanks, so the neurals can come off, and actually the lings can, the infestors can stay kind of far away while neuraling, which is a pretty big deal. Like having these infestors be somewhat safe. We're gonna wrap in with the lings now. See what we can do. Lings wrap around, and neural one of these Thors is actually gonna put pretty big damage out. Fortunately, the infestor gets cleared. We will lose pretty much everything as ByuN. A lot of his money already spent on resupplying as well. Oh, I mean, Rogue just broke ByuN's bank. And of course, Terran banks refill very quickly if you find a round of mules, especially when you're sitting on, checks notes, 10 orbital command centers, and there's a couple more on the way as well. We're about to be on 11, 2 more building. The lings wrap around this planetary fortress is going to get taken out already, so planning goes down. We can see a couple more SCPs dropping. I mean, this is actually an amazing moment to kill 26 workers, because you just wrecked ByuN's bank account, so you're basically taking away a ton of the income that ByuN needs to play with here to actually rebuild back into this game. Getting some more infestors up as Rogue. I'm a little sad his army is just not that great at the moment. And these Liberators are a problem. He's going to start a couple Corruptors. I mean, Rogue's just poor as well. ByuN's just a little bit ahead on the tech switches. And the problem is Rogue doesn't have enough of the map to just be like, okay, I'll give up a base or two here and just go elsewhere. He is expanding to the upper left, but these were big, important bases for him already. As Rogue continues to burrow up a couple units here and there. Now he's going to lose 26 drones. Now we drop a couple neurals down. Chase forward, some lock-ons coming through. Just going to try and push up. Like I say, the big issue is the Liberators. We need more Corruptors than what we've got. We've got a handful of them, but yeah, we need... If we have like 8 to 10 Corruptors at the moment, we can fly through and fight these Liberators more comfortably. And maybe we're still cooking, but Rogue's supply is plummeting, and ByuN is the one moving forward here. Getting forward. And continue to proceed. We're just going to be seeing the Corruptors and the Infestors continue to come about. A couple of Libs are still going to sit overhead. The Lings are running forward again. Tank is going to get taken down. There's a couple of Libs still putting work in onto those Lings also. Again, the Infestors coming about. Hellion, Cyclone tank building through. 4 more Vikings on the way. A ton of Mules is going to drop onto that right. Yeah, okay. The orbital command that pays for itself in 0.3 seconds. It was just like he dropped mules and then he dropped like another round of mules, and there was like a couple at the end as well. Like they came in like 3 waves. Like ByuN couldn't click out the mules as quickly as possible, you know. Tank shooting the hatchery, a couple more structures going down. I mean, you know, Rogue has lost full control of this game. The mech is going to get it done to tie the series 1-1 in the round of 16. Just saying, guys, in the game where ByuN only ever built 1 command center, he lost. But in the game where he built 15 command centers, he won. Yeah, you know, I'm just putting the math out there. I'm just putting the math out there, guys. You know, the more CC seems to win you games at the moment. Yay. Who was I missing? I need to fix a score for somebody. Give me a second. Oh my god, where are they? Hello, am I blind? There we go. Alright guys, game 3 coming up between ByuN and Rogue. We'll have to run some ads just in case we can get another banger. And get that ready to resume. At Eternity's Edge, going to be map 3. Elsewhere on the bracket, we can take a... We're getting in the lobby. Let me just make sure I join the lobby. Once we're in, I'll show you guys the bracket for some updates of where we are at. So, this is the WardiTV Monday 96 bracket. As of right now, Clem playing Silky in the round of 16 as well. The winner of that plays against Rogue. How far in do I have to zoom to get rid of these ads? God damn it. Rogue vs. ByuN is what we're watching. Cure is waiting for most likely Classic to come through into the round of 8 as well. Percival has advanced over Shameless. He will wait for most likely Shin to arrive. Max Pax takes out Nightmare and plays likely Hero. So some fun sections. We're obviously going to probably stick in this one here, guys. The Classic could be really good too. Because there's definitely one where it's like maybe we should just grab a replays and just cast more games at the end of the day, because yeah, a lot of games look very good right now. Plain and simple. In the top left-hand side, we go into Game 3 of this series with the blue Zerg player. This is going to be Rogue. He takes on the red Terran in the bottom right corner of the map. We've got Shopify Rebellions and ByuN for game number 3. A deciding map in the round of 16. See who makes the quarterfinals today in this Monday Cup, the 96th edition of the WardiTV Mondays. We're a handful away from the big old 100. Crazy part about 100, guys, is means that we will have given away $40,000 of prize money in the weekly cups. And again, a big part of that is thanks to you guys supporting. First of all, a shout out to our sponsors, OSC, Loco, and Winter. All of those guys combining allow us to actually put these events together and to keep the Monday Cup prize pool at $400 every week. But you guys are a big part of that as well. They don't cover everything. And you guys, obviously, we do more than just the Monday Cups as well, but a big part of it is you guys supporting. And so once again, as per usual, I urge you guys to check out the Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of everything pledged on Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools. So you know that if you donate $10 on the Patreon, $10 will go to the players. We even cover transaction fees as well. So when Patreon pays me out at the moment, like $1,800, it's actually like $2,000. We make up those extra couple hundred and guarantee that that goes into prize money for the next month of StarCraft 2. So if you like what you're seeing, if you enjoy the games, if you enjoy the content, Patreon is absolutely one of the best ways to support, because the most important part of StarCraft 2 is the players. Without the players, we do not have games. It's all well and good me being here and talking and being my very lively, entertaining self. But the reality is that without any games, you guys actually wouldn't watch. So do support. We need the players. And the players, I really do, I mean, just shout out to them for still grinding in a game that is not paying out as much as it used to. We appreciate them being here. We appreciate them putting in the time to play. Like I say, patreon.com/WardiTV to give them some extra love. I'll also say, guys, on the off chance, we are looking for people to sponsor the end of year WardiTV Championship as well. If you love StarCraft and would like to sponsor the tournament, if you wanted to just put like a big one-off donation in, essentially, we will put your name up as a sponsor in our end of year championship and for the rest of the 2026 series. So if you are interested in that, feel free to reach out. Again, we can work something out and make sure that we again have a great end of year championship. We're just starting to put fields out for that. And you never know, it's happened before where I've said this and we ended up getting a big sponsor because I just said it on stream. So if you want to support the 2026 championship, do consider reaching out. Like I say, anything helps. Whatever scale it's at, as we're watching this Reaper dance around. 2 more barracks behind this from ByuN, so Rax heavy opening. He's been playing a lot of Marine heavy openers lately in TVZ and just kind of trying to pressure with the Marine count early. Are there any Wardy tournaments for up to 4K players? No, I don't really run lower league tournaments anymore. They're a bit of a... I mean, there's a nice way they're a pain in the butt to organize because people try and smurf and cheat, and it's just not very smooth. You actually do need an admin for it, which I don't have an admin because I admin my own tournaments because it's very smooth usually. You know, there's very few issues. It's like maybe once every 2 weeks I have to be like, hey guys, give me a sec, I got to reply to someone or so. There are a bunch of other tournaments that happen though that are for low leagues, but nah, I don't run them anymore. It's tough to fit them in. Again, we turned our focus a few years back to just running as much high-end StarCraft 2 as possible and just continue to try and fill the gaps in the StarCraft 2 calendar. And you might have noticed this, guys, but there's more and more gaps in the StarCraft 2 calendar than ever before, so doing our best to keep the high-level content pumping out. Hey, you can post anything from the Cranky Ducklings on my channel. There are very few things I'm going to be upset with you cross-posting or promoting in my channel that are... that are StarCraft related, so I don't really believe in competition within StarCraft. It doesn't really exist, honestly. Can I cast Clem's game after? That is the plan, to follow the winner of this in versus Clem. We're just committed to this section of the bracket. So yeah. Clem, providing he wins his match, will be up next as a little bit of creep pushes forward. The Ling's coming around. Man, you can tell I'm into the game today. I'm freaking observing myself instead of slacking off and just jumping on somebody else's camera. What's going on? What am I doing? Oh, yeah, the worst part is I'm subjecting you guys to my observing. Crazy business. Did they pick maps or veto maps? Yeah, every player gets 3 vetoes in the best of 3. ByuN yesterday in TVZ was vetoing Washout, one of the 4-player maps, I think Fear and Faith, and I can't remember what else he was vetoing. I don't know what the specific vetoes were in this series because they vetoed in private, so I didn't see, but yeah, hopefully in the future, if you guys saw the new tournament platform yesterday, we might move over to that in the future once it's a bit more figured out and stuff. And then we'd be able to actually check their videos at any point. That would be very cool. That's a weird push without Medivacs. He's been doing this a lot lately, though. Like, this has been the move that ByuN's been making, taking some map control of these Marines and just threatening a little bit. He's played this style a bunch. He played it against Shin the other day when he was competing against him in... I can't remember which cup it was. That's the only problem with the cups nowadays. There's so many open cups, it's like, it's hard to remember which cup had which games. It's hard to remember what tournament was what. Like, at least, you know, back in the day, like, IEM qualifiers were very different to, like, the WardiTV Championship, which was very different to, like, Go for SC2 Sunday or so, you know? As those Lings try and run in, the SCVs will keep mining. 1-1 upgrades going through, Marines and Medivacs on the way by. Factory is still producing in from ByuN as well. Melee and Carapace upgrades still building up. The Baling speed producing by. I'm just going to have ourselves the Medivacs, Marines, and Widow Mines continue to build from ByuN as well. Marines are going to go and take a chance to step through. Just going to see 1 Ling going down already. Drilling Claws, +1 attack, +1 armor. The vehicle plating upgrade coming through as well. A couple of creep tumors will continue to get knocked down. And again, the Drilling Claws going about. The Queens are stepping forward. A couple of Zerglings already going to come through and nibble their way through some SCVs as well, so getting a bit more damage dealt. Again, that Drilling Claws continue to come about. I'm just going to be seeing our Marines are going to step through. A couple of those Queens already taking damage. The Marines and the Medivacs continue to gather together. I'm just going to be seeing the extra Ling Bane continue to produce up as well. Did he make Hellions earlier this game? Nope, he opened 3 racks. He opened 3 racks before any factories, so this is definitely his kind of game plan from the start, to be very Marine focused and pushing with them. Right now, ByuN has a ton of supply, and he is up an army supply on Rogue. Looking to see what Rogue has to maybe help himself out. He obviously going into a techier army, you could argue, with the Hydras against someone who is very Marine heavy. Widow Mine's not burrowed here. Could be good for you. Oh, we don't kill any of the mines initially. The Queens get a couple mines at the end, but they can't run away easily with Marines pintering in from the right-hand side as well. Rogue's numbers are not looking good right now, as it feels like he might get a little overwhelmed here. The Marine count is going to start splitting. ByuN does not have splash damage to help him out here. A couple of mines are showing up. Oh my god, ByuN move commands into the Banelings! The ugliest ByuN Marine macro you will see all week, because that is one way to lose absolutely all momentum on the other side of the map. You know when people say uncharacteristic mistake, it's a caster's favorite saying, but that truly was an uncharacteristic ByuN mistake. For someone who is so well known for his micro, like, if you put anyone in control of Marines in that situation against, like, Bane's rolling in, ByuN is one of my top 2 players I picked to put in that situation. The other one's probably Clem, right? It's like, that is a very, very unlikely mistake for ByuN to make there, as a Widow Mine is going to splash for some friendly fire as well. Talk about a momentum shift, because now you're down 15 SCVs, basically cost the Zerg nothing but a couple Banes. You know, mineral lines corrupted, and the main thing, look at the time that Rogue gets now to move into the Lurker Den. Complete momentum shifter here in this game 3. It was looking like Rogue was just completely in trouble. Friendly fire does connect in the end, but we lost a lot of Lings in the process there. Any cleanup right now for Rogue is good, because this is now a hanging on in there kind of game until you get to Lurkers. We don't have a hive though, right? So Rogue's not really amazingly set up on Lurkers either. Lurkers are not going to be able to have their upgrades if you don't have a hive there. It is starting now. At least you have the infestation pit down, but yeah. Hive is quite late compared to the Lurker Den. You can still maybe get a couple up, and a couple defensively will be nice, but they're not going to have the range, and they're not going to have the mobility for a long time still. So that's definitely going to be a factor in the upcoming moments. +3 Armor starting, +2 attack is about to finish. We can start +3 attack as well from ByuN, keeping his upgrades on the move. There's going to be so much to invest into as Rogue when that high finishes. He's going to need to get +3, potentially at least +3 carapace. Adrenal glands is a high priority, and obviously the lurker upgrade is going to be high priority as well. I can't believe he didn't get the Banes up to that group of Widow Mines on the top. I thought he saw them. If the Banes hit those mines on the top and they don't fire, then those Banes are very good. In this case, the Banes were a little lackluster. This Ling Bane Hydra keeps chasing through. Speed Zone to help us along the way. A couple of creep teamers are going to keep pushing forward there as well. The concussive shells coming up. We got these couple of Zerglings just burrowed up and hanging around as the Bioforce pulls back over to the left-hand side. A couple of Widow Mines can set themselves right here. Step forward, the Lings are going to chase through, the Banes are going to come down as well. Going for a little bit of a chase, and Widow Mine's going to splash forward, the Medevac's loading up. The rest of these Lings chasing after the Bioforce as well. Medevac, Bio, Mine coming over to the sides, Hatchery getting into the center, 3-3 upgrades still coming through, Starport and the Fusion Core coming up as well. Lurker harassing nicely, just waiting on that scan as ByuN is catching a few more units here. Nothing to clean out the Medevacs though, as Rogue is maxed out. Like I say, it's really just a moment of upgrades for Rogue. He is going to get a lot of upgrades that are very useful very soon. Taking base 6 in a forward position as well. It's a big map, and what that means, I think, overall, especially with the lack of creep that Rogue has right now, there are remnants of ByuN's early advantage. The creep spread is really a telling tale of what happened early in this game. But this is a game where ByuN's going to get easily 5 bases, and Rogue's going to have to make a lot of attacks into a turtling Terran that is going to be getting more and more powerful over time. That is exactly where we're going right now, as you just see this Bioforce gathering, the Medevac's joining up, a couple Widow Mines burrowing up as well. Get through a couple more creep teamers. The Ling Bane wants to make a move forward, leave the Marauders in the front. Widow Mine's going to go bang, bang for some Zerglings. Now just get rid of one Widow Mine, getting rid of another. Turning onto that already. As the Medevacs continue to move through again. Look, coming up, Ling Bane on the way, Spines building, +3 carapace, +2 missiles coming up as well. The Ling Bane pulls back over to the left side. Yeah, Ling Bane Hydra all joined up together. We go through the middle. There's a lot of burrowed units from Rogue, by the way. So this is really good because it gives him the info that ByuN is moving out. Yeah. Thought Sensible Towers were OP. How about burrowed Zerglings? Hydra's in position for this drop as well. We're actually going to lose a couple Hydras. No +2 missiles for a couple more seconds. That will help a lot in speeding up the damage after those Hydras there. I'm a little scared that Rogue is a little tucked into a choke here. Like, having to fight through the choke into this army doesn't feel fun. He could maybe come around the right side and wrap, but missing that bit of creep spread makes this pretty scary. Again, Banelings, wow, they got very close out of nowhere. And once more, ByuN has a Baneling disaster in this game. Not having a good time in the slightest against Banes right now, as the Widow Mine shot good for an Overseer, splashing onto that for a few moments. The rest of the Marine Marauder pulling down, Adrenal Glands +3 carapace coming up. Ghost Academy, Sensor Tower, Mines and Libs, Marine Marauder all producing through. That ship weapons coming online, the Neo Steel Plating, and the high-sec auto tracking continuing to be added as well. But it's going to be interesting to see how Rogue tries to attack, right? Because he's going to have to try and attack. You can't just sit back and do nothing. Doesn't really make any sense. Looks to the side again. Biomedevac into the bottom left-hand corner. Gonna get the Overlord. Easy grab over there. Again, Hydroling Bane getting ready to make a bit of a shove down. +3 missiles, +3 carapace. Settling at the moment. We're not going to make a dive onto this Planetary Fortress in the front. The Banes looking to crash through. A few of these SCVs already dropping. Planetary gets killed off. The Banes are going to keep rolling forward right now. Liberator gets taken out as well. Honestly, a pretty good effort from Rogue already. You deny a base, 19 SCVs, and a bunch of tech units. That's like a dreamy kind of fight in these scenarios, right? You're looking for efficiency. Well, you found that taking down a bunch of libs. You're looking for, you know, denial of economy. We got a base and 20 workers. This is a really good first fight from Rogue when it comes to trying to break down the turtle actions of ByuN. Obviously, a long way to go. The Liberator can't rebuild comfortably. Rogue has to reset himself too. He's going to get a Nidus up. He's going to give himself the Spire option. Already units dropping onto the Nidus in the main base. But the right ideas are there, most definitely, at the moment. As the Bio just comes through, hitting into this. A couple of Widowmine shots going to go in. The Lings already taking big damage. The Bio still gathering around and continuing to move about currently. Again, +3 missiles, +3 melee continue to come over. A couple of additional ghosts will be producing through. Those extra mines coming about. And again, Lingbane Hydra looking to spread as we take a turn and look to make a dive down this right side and onto this position over here. Trying to see what we can do. Get after the Overlord on the right there. Rogue's bank builds, but that's expected. ByuN's bank is going into investment for the future. Missile turrets, command centers. Like, you know, ByuN could also have a ton of minerals, but he benefits from spending them already still. And to, you know, put them into structures is a big factor already. Sense towers all over the place at the moment. I push up against the Bio. Well, with the Bio goes Lib. Bane's going through a handful of moments here. Just going to be seeing the couple Libs at range. Here come the Banes. Here come the Hydras. We've got a bunch of Widowmines that get burrowed up. This is not a good time for the Banelings, surely. Just, you can see it from the very start. Just those Banelings were going to be in trouble. There was so many mines. Everything was choked. That set of rocks in the middle. I actually think Rogue should kill those off, no? Like, this choke point is only going to be benefiting ByuN. I can't imagine that choke is ever going to be beneficial to the Zerg. I mean, maybe you can argue that the Terran has to run through the choke too, but... yeah, I mean, I guess if you get chased off, maybe it's nice you run through the choke and then you can spread to get a defense after. Yeah, Nidus is going in around the map as we continue. This game 3, we've really gotten a banger of a round of 16 match today between ByuN and Rogue. The Bioforce running across, just going to see this. Nidus is immediately in some trouble, going down right away. Liberator, again, hunted. These Hydras have been busy. Very busy and very successful. Like a splash here, these Banes are going to have a good time. Very easy connection for them. There was 0 splash damage there, no? We still have mines. Yeah, only have 6 of them. Wow. Splash damage is a factor. Like, usually you have some tanks or some mines to obviously help out, because high Baneling counts are an issue for ByuN if he can't splash. Again, Rogue succeeding there, getting rid of the base, getting rid of SCVs. These are big wins for the Zerg. In the grand scheme of this game, the handful of Marauders coming over. Resources lost, absolutely. 28.5 to 24k. It's a very efficient game from Rogue still. 4.5k resources lost with the amount of trades we've seen in the later stages so far is actually already very good. And that will increase. You know, over time that should change in ByuN's favor. But it also has to change in ByuN's favor for this game to even remain close. But I think Rogue's done a great job. Any trade that is efficient is good for you, right? Because it means that you can then trade inefficiently for longer and still be okay long term. The one thing I don't love is that ByuN is getting all of the bases he wants. He's about to be a 7-base Terran. That's a terrifying amount of resources to chew through. And the only reason it's somewhat okay for ByuN, for Rogue, is because he's been trading well so far. If this was this amount of bases already being taken by ByuN, and Rogue hadn't had efficiency on his side so far, it'd be a complete disaster class of a game. Because again, these Vipers have been putting some serious work in abducting these Liberators forward and trying to work through those every time. And get rid of the Planetary again. We've got some Lings leaking through. How many more SCVs will we dive in for the Liberators? Now, ByuN just lost a lot. He goes straight into reproduction, but it's not going to be here for a little while. He has a round of units moving through, but this Hydra count is still very high. I mean, this is going to be a moment where we see a lot of damage dealt. Would it be nice to get one more Lib there. 19 SCVs. And ByuN has obviously, he's very reliant on mules. He's obviously going to be reliant on SCVs for gas, though. He actually does not have a lot of gas mining currently, so he's going to be very limited on what he can build unless he fixes that up. He was actually mining gas off of the base that just got denied. His other bases that are fresher do not have gases on them yet. This base not having refineries, this base not having refineries. this is the only mining gas base, right? Because, okay, this base has gas on it too. Okay, so that's 1400, but the natural's mined out. There is something to note as well, obviously, with the gas being less than it ever has been on each geyser. That Terran, you know, ByuN may not be expecting to be out of gas as quickly on a couple of the earlier bases. You know, even if just by a little bit, right? Like, if he's not been mining one base of gas for, like, a couple of minutes that he thought he maybe would have had, that can be very impactful, right? Why do you keep building command centers? Because they're great SimCity, and you get value out of them. If a command center drops one mule, it's basically already worth it. Like, if one mule lands from an orbital command, I guess not from an orbital, I guess from an orbital, if you drop 2 mules, it's already worth it. So as soon as the orbital morphs in, it just needs to last long enough to drop a second mule. It's already paid for itself. And like I say, the SimCity of the command center is very good as well. So, like, you're putting a lot of structures on the map, and you're making a lot of stuff the Zerg has to move through. Now, there is obviously a point where you're like, well, are you not just going to run out of resources if you keep building command centers? And yeah, obviously, eventually you do. He's on 12 orbitals right now, by the way. Eventually you do, but up until a certain point, more orbitals is just straight up good. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he starts replacing bases with orbitals too, like this. Because the planetaries are A, more expensive nowadays, and B, I just don't think the planetaries are going to be saving you from what Rogue is hitting you with, right? And having the orbitals able to lift up and just re-land at least preserves a base for you in this stage of the game. Both players are maxed out. Rogue 8k and only 1.5k gas in the bag. Would not mind him taking a couple extra extractors also. He has just recently taken over the gold base, and he has extracted that. That's maybe the hardest base for him to hold on to. So getting the gas mined off of that ASAP makes sense, and talking about it being hard to hold on to. ByuN is attacking it right now, but he's also attacking up through the top center of the map as well. Couple units going down, just going to be having the gold denied. That's definitely one of the Rogue's weak points. That's why I'd like to see some gas on another base, I guess, just to make sure that we have, you know, more gas income as Rogue. Just because, like I say, mining the gas off of the most aggressive bases, it makes sense to get there ASAP. But you want to make sure you still have gas income no matter what. Another base down in the front for ByuN. Sitting on the 44 SCVs. He's adding a couple more, but generally wants to keep the army supply high so you can trade efficiently. Resources lost now. It's only opened up to an 8k gap. It's still being very well-paced trades out of Rogue. As he runs forward again here, eats a big Widowmine shot to start us off. Parasitic Bomb in the midst of those. Medevac's going to claim 1 life, 2 lives. Good Parasitic Bomb. 2 Medevacs is very valuable there, as the Ling Bane is just going to be left to flood in and trade with what it can. What you're doing here with the Ling Bane pushing the bio back is you're leaving the Hydras to just play cleanup in the background very safely in this time. We still have Vipers. We still have 4 of them. They're just back gathering energy. You get some energy up on those Vipers, and you can obviously go back into abducting all these libs. SCV is going down again from ByuN. Mineral count is close to 0. The man needs to drop the mule hammer right here. Do it, ByuN. Where are we going to mule? It's mule time. Do it. He's going to drop it here. He's going to drop it there. It's got to be one of those 2 bases. Nice, the bottom left. It's a kill. There it is. The mule hammer comes down. It's just essentially gone 0 minerals. And the mules will once again give him some income to work with. Ghost Medevac still gathering around. We have more SCVs and Widowmines in production from ByuN. Ling Bane on the way, a couple of spores being added. The Vipers begin to move over to the right-hand side. Spores and Lings continue to produce. That Overlord is coming in. Medevac, SCVs, Widowmines continue up. Additional liveries coming around. Again, Ghost push up a little bit, and the Liberator going to be sieging. This Bio Ghost Force stepping forward. A couple of Hydras getting sniped at. Going to take a dive in for a second there. The Ghosts immediately are like, nuh-uh, we do not like that. So they step away immediately. What do the arrows mean? The arrows point towards who is mining more. 3 arrows, so the difference is like, basically it's in 250 resource per minute chunks. So 1 arrow means a 250 resource per minute difference. 2 arrows means 500, 3 arrows means 750 resource per minute difference. I'm just going to get towards a couple of these CCs that are trying to build again. ByuN's building, like, he was building 4 command centers a game. Yeah, to be fair, he did go down to what? Only 11 orbitals? It's scary, you know, when you're not approaching 20 orbitals, so... Tries to replenish a couple more of those. I mean, we just attacking again. Nice abducts on the Vipers. EMP came down but didn't really hit the Vipers, I believe. Rogue just steps back. Resources lost has got to be, yeah, still like an 8k difference. You can just see that the Zerg is not trading badly. Like, anytime Rogue is fighting, you're seeing big tech units die from ByuN. The Zerg preserves a lot of their more expensive units. And there's not even that much Ling Bane that's suiciding into these armies again and again either. So, spearing through, it's been pretty great as the Hunters step in once more. A couple Widowmine shots going off. The Bio trying to push up once again. Things going to come back the other way. A couple Spines are going to be there. The Bane's looking to roll through. Mule's dropping down. A couple of Liberators are the only scary thing right now, but we can run into those with the Hydras and the Banes. Just in high enough number that they force the Medivacs to have to lift up and retreat. Crazy business. Hydra's looking to get that orbital. Yeah, now the Ling's looking to wrap around on everything else as well. Go down. This hatchery goes down. Just going to see another Abductor Cell going off. The Hydra still coming through. Widowmine shot off onto a couple Overseers is a nice kill. Rogue supply blocked actually from losing so many Overseers. What's the remnants of this fight? 13k resources lost. This is the first trade that's truly been efficient for ByuN. Like, obviously he's traded efficiently, but like this one trade was a 5k resource swing. And that's big, and Rogue's bank is kind of gone, guys. That said, he denied very important bases of ByuN. Rogue is mining this base, which is meant to be ByuN's. He kind of gave up on the gold. I think you don't need the gold as long as you don't let the Terran have the gold, but that's the fear. If the Terran gets the gold, it's going to be hard to break. It's down a ramp into a very choky position. Some snipes coming off. Sending it into the Widow Mines. Do we believe? Oh my god, the Widow Mine changing targets so many times, so the Banes actually get very far forward. Rogue doesn't have the money to rebuild off of this, though. I don't think that's the moment to fight at all for Rogue. Because what you just did is you just traded everything, and you can't rebuild it yet, right? So there's no follow-up to this. Like, this is the moment where you actually need to sit back and just let your bank rebuild a bit as the Zerg. Instead, Rogue trades. And that trade's going to be extremely pricey for him. I think it's going to hit this right side. I mean, denying all these fresh mules is actually a big deal. That's a lot of the Terran income just immediately denied. Until the orbitals get another round of energy back. Where did his drones go? I think he lost some drones in the gold a couple times over. It's also a point where Rogue only has so many resources to mine from too. Like 53 drones is actually pretty much every base saturated. Saturated fully. Saturated fully. Mined out. Pretty much mined out. Saturated almost fully. Like it's about to be saturated fully with these drones. So he's actually on the perfect drone count for the bases that he has left. That's 60. Didn't know ByuN was that behind at some point. No, ByuN was in a horrible position this game. You don't sit within 8k resources lost of the Zerg at 20 minutes and think you're having a good time. There's no shot. Like his trades were not good enough to justify what. Okay, what was good for ByuN is he did get to like 7 bases, right? Like it's not like he was a 5 base Terran trying to fight for his 6th base and trading much closer to the Zerg than he would have liked. He was like a 7 base Terran. That was definitely a major positive. Some of these Widow Mines lately have been great. If we can deny some of these Widow Mine shots from being super major, that would be amazing. Plantry in the front will go down. We have a Parasitic Bomb already off. Man, Parasitic Bombs are claiming lives once again. Triple Medivac on the right side goes down to the bombs. And actually having to rebuild Medivacs is expensive for ByuN too. He is drained of cash at the moment. Drained of cash. Bio going to go over to the right side. Lingbane Hydra still coming up. Marines get after and kill off an Overlord. ByuN is genuinely going to run out of resources if he doesn't get the... I guess he needs the gold, or he needs to take this base back off of Rogue, which is actually a big deal, because if he gets this base, Rogue is very reliant on this base as well. However, if ByuN tries to defend this base, there's a much better chance that Rogue takes the gold base and denies the bottom left base of ByuN too. There is that factor as a messy fight comes in. Snipes at the tail end are going to be pricey for Rogue, who has to back it off. Yeah, base is going to go down, and he leaves the drones there too, so it's going to be minus 17 workers as well. He's going to try and come in around the back and grab a couple of these remaining Liberators. Going to let the Lings go through, get the Medivac. Hydras actually need a target fire because there's not a lot of them, so they actually have to put the work in. Extra Hydras showing up. Gonna lunge on forward, chasing the Ghost, which is left in the front. Widow Mine retargets onto the Bane lanes, hits every Bane. We lost a lot of Ghosts here. ByuN hanging on, 76 to 72 army supply. It is so close. It's just, it does feel like Rogue has mining left. I can't believe this base lived. Even the few moments extra of this base living is just a few more resource in Rogue's favor. He's gonna make another defense on it, I think. That actually is crazy. We're missing Overseers, by the way. He needs detection, otherwise these mines are gonna, well, the mines are gonna fire again. He's not gonna clean them up. Getting a second shot off from mines at this point of the game is such huge value. Mine's getting a lot of value there. Rogue needs an Overseer to clean this up. I like the Infestors being added. Maybe we should have had a couple of them already. We had Infestors this game, no? We didn't have an Infestor at all this game. My bad. Getting confused with the previous one. I thought we had at least one at some point, but yeah, a couple of Infestors earlier would have been very nice. We lose the Viper. Is Rogue going to die trying to clean up the final army of ByuN? True Queens are having to transfuse each other to give them a chance. Hydras do very well in this situation, but then the Widow Mines are going to blow up so many Hydras. It's a disaster for Rogue, or is it? The Banes show up. We need an Overseer. It's on its way, but I mean, that's 10 supply of mines that's just living. That should never survive. He's going to retreat the mines. My goodness. Did you lose the Vipers? I think they've been getting killed off and sniped over the last few fights, yeah. He doesn't have any left. Because he's been building, he's been losing them as he's been trading because he's been super aggressive into these positions. ByuN has the gold base, by the way. As oh my goodness, the Fungal and the Widow Mine into the Terran army. No! Oh, absolute disaster. His orbital is gonna fall. I don't think that's a big deal. But ByuN has the gold. ByuN has the gold. He has mining because of the new gold base. Rogue needs to recognize right now that ByuN has a get out of jail free card, and it looks like a mule. Because the gold base is mining, and that is absolutely insanely good for him. The Lings see it, he recognizes it. We have to pressure here, we can't let ByuN have resources back. Rogue has battled so hard for this 20 army supply lead, he needs to maintain it. And the only way you maintain that is by denying the economy here, and he does so. Major moan for Rogue, amazing scout, absolutely necessary if he wants to win this game. The Bio gets through, denies a couple of creep tumors, bit more Lingbane moving about, Hydras and Festers coming around as well. Oh, the base over here, units showing up, couple of Hydras, Hatchery is gonna fall. Major moment, because again, everything's expensive right now, but it costs ByuN a bunch of units too. They does not go down freely, at least. Attempting to long distance the gold. ByuN has no other minerals remaining on At Eternity's Edge. It is down to the wire. Unfortunately, the wire seems to be snipped shorter on ByuN's side. And Lurkers are unplayable against right now as well, aren't they? He has one Ghost. Okay, Lurkers win the game. Unless we see some crazy Maru-esque split Lurker fighting action, you know? Don't think that's necessarily on the cards, but I'm not complaining if it is. I mean, the Infestors feel huge at this point as well. EMP is very good. 400k resources lost. Again, it's crazy how much the Terran's been able to mine. Fungal is amazing already. ByuN's gonna tap out at the start of this final fight. Rogue 2-1 in an absolute epic here on At Eternity's Edge. Well, we might have just seen the game of the day, guys. We might have just seen the game of the day here in the WardiTV Mondays. The rest of the round of 8 is all set up. Rex beat Classic. What? Oh my god, so Rex beat Classic, and he's now playing Cure. Hero playing Max Packs, Shin playing Percival, and Clem is going to play Rogue in the quarterfinals. What? Classic losing to Rex is a shocker. Guys, we're going to run some ads. If you guys are enjoying the stream, do consider supporting. Obviously, first of all, if you're on the YouTube, hit that like and subscribe button. We've got 400 people on the YouTube right now. Like it, subscribe to it. We are approaching 50,000 YouTube subs. We're like 200 away, so help us out with that. Subscribe now if you haven't subscribed before. Here's a great time to do so. And obviously, if you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you've got a Prime sub, Prime us up. I'd love to get us back above 500 subs. We're about 10 behind right now, so if you've got a Prime sub, let's hit that Prime. Or you can sub regularly, or you can gift if you're just enjoying the games and having a good day as we get ready to hop to NA for Clem versus Rogue in the quarterfinal matchups coming up next. So Clem versus Rogue, and then we'll probably be going to the bottom semifinal, top semifinal, and the grand finals in that order. Thank you so much Sipship for the 56-month resub on the Prime. I'm just going to step away for 1 minute, guys. Don't go anywhere. I'm just going to... My thing's breaking. I will be right back in just a moment. I'll see you guys in a sec. Clem Rogue is coming up. Damn. What a game. Ellie came to see me at some point. She's like, "Are you okay, Dad?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm okay. Just good games." You gonna say hi to the stream? Hey? You wanna say hi to the stream, or you just gonna sit down there? You're just gonna sit down there, it seems. Come on. Come say hi. She's like, "No." She's like, "Are you gonna feed me?" I'm like, "No." She's like, "I don't think I will then." What if someone subs for you? If someone subscribes, will you say hi? That means you can buy more treats. She's like, "I will stand here and wag my tail off camera." It's the best you're gonna get. It's the best deal we got going, guys. Oh, you're gonna step forward, are you? Hi. And then get some love. Go and get some love. Oh, lovely. Lovely. Oh, you like that, do you? I see. Yo, thank you so much for the YouTube membership, Mysterio, for the 15 months. How's it going for the Terrence new patch? Still not the best, but I mean it's really all over the place. Yeah, that was nice, wasn't it? Good girl. I can give you guys a little bit better alley view actually. Hang on. I put my webcam up the... Oh, she walked off literally the moment that I was going to move the webcam a little bit for her. Typical. Counting down into Clem versus Rogue, my friends. It is time for more StarCraft 2 here in the WardiTV Mondays. And you know what edition it is by now. I've said it like 7 times today. It's edition 96. The countdown to 100 is on. In the bottom right-hand side, it is going to be our red Terran player representing Team Liquid. This is going to be Rogue. I just put this as a best of 5 because I think that last series felt like a final/semi-final. It was actually just the round of 16, guys. It was actually just the round of 16, and now we're going into the round of 8 quarterfinals. Team Liquid's Clem in the bottom right corner. Best of 3 quarterfinal matchup in WardiTV Mondays 96. Top left, our blue Zerg player is going to be Rogue. Terrans are flying off to the top of the command center patch, and alas, ByuN just lost to Rogue, so it can't be that broken because, you know, he already lost. You know, we've seen multiple Terrans lose on this patch already, so I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be as deadly to the other races as everyone's making it out to be so far. It's kind of crazy because it sounds absolutely busted. It really does, but yeah, I don't know. Kyo lost to retired Scarlet. I mean, Scarlet's been playing a bit more than usual lately, though. Like, she played the Doyu Cup, which she won against Oliveira, who was practicing and was like 6k. That was on a very good Zerg patch, admittedly, maybe, but like, it's not like Scarlet is unpracticed in SE2 at the moment. Let's be fair, right? Let's be fair for a couple seconds. Kua is also a player who I think really struggles on new patches a lot of the time. And Kua is also a player who, like, day to day is also just like Kua is also a player who, like, day to day just has like really good and really off days as well. So I always feel like Kua is such a weird one to judge things by. He's always a little bit all over the place. Always a little all over the place. I still think 300cc Terran is pretty busted, though. I think once people, I mean, we're, what, 4 or 5 days into it right now? Maybe, if that. When did it go live? Friday? We're like 4 days into it. I honestly think that by the time... Yeah, I honestly think by the time Terrans figure out... I mean, I don't even know. I think Protoss are going to suffer the most. I mean, essentially what happened is we nerfed everybody with 8 workers, we rebuffed Zerg, and now we've rebuffed Terran, and what have we done for Protoss? Did we rebuff Protoss a little bit? Obviously Gateway's changed, but we don't even know if that's good or not still overall. As Terran, you just start with first build and command center. You can't do that every game though, because you get hard counted. You die to like a lot of committed all-ins if you just go CC first every game. You can mix it in, like you could before, so... Yeah. Good thing is they're pushing out hotfixes often. I don't think that's a good thing at all. I think it's terrible. We don't even know what's broken and what's not before they put the next patch up. And then we also don't know where things are at because we have no time to actually see whether the game is in a playable state or not, no? There's a question, there's a poll about this on TL right now. I'm going to go off topic while this game looks very standard to start us off. There's a poll on TL right now about, like, do you like frequent patches for StarCraft 2? And I mean, we talked about this a lot lately, but I really think that StarCraft needs time. Like, StarCraft 2 is a game where the meta shifts when you don't patch it for 6 months. Like, things will change, and new builds still come around, and new tendencies start to build up. Because it's that good and complex of a game that people shift the balance themselves with the meta, right? So I think the reality is like patching every month even is extremely quick because you don't even let anything settle. You don't let anyone truly learn the ins and outs. 99.9% of the players are trying to copy the top guys who haven't even figured out what's going on yet, for example. You know? So I really think it's a case of... I really think StarCraft 2 changes and updates need a little bit more time to breathe. I really do. Personally. And I don't think this last string of changes has had enough time to stabilize at any point, you know? First, people are afraid of no patches, and now too many patches. I mean, you're talking about different people. Some people think the game needs to be... Some people think the game needs to be updated every month, and some people think the game could never be touched again. Like, these are just two different opinions that a lot of people have, and are both kind of valid in their own ways, to be fair. Like, my opinion's not correct, either. Like, it's just an opinion, you know? At the end of the day, if there was genuinely no patches in StarCraft 2, the game would be fine. You know why? Because it's a very good game, and the game still updates, and yes, some people need the patches to stay interested. Like, some people just can't find the interest in it without that. But I think it's very fair to say that... I think it's very fair to say that a lot of the... a lot of people just, you know, don't need the patches either. Like, I was still enjoying the game before we got this recent set of patches. I didn't find the game uninteresting. I thought TVP needed fixing, but I didn't find the game uninteresting, boring, or stale like a lot of other people were saying they did. And that's just different in how everyone feels, you know? Because StarCraft's a complex enough game that we can all have different opinions on it, right? So, yeah. It is an interesting one, guys. It is an interesting one. Stabilization leads to uniform games and tendency. It's true, but the thing is that not all players want to play stabilized games, right? So there is a tendency to then play differently to mix it up to then benefit you as well. Because that's going to be a few SCVs going down while the Banshee's got some work as well. Good defense from Rogue early. He's going into mutas pretty quickly in this game as well. It's going to try and take control of the skies. We'll see if that's going to be good for him to get some work done and take some control of this map as we get this ready to go. I think the best... Okay, last thing I'll say because the game's heating up. I think the best way to patch the game would be every 6 to 8 months we have big changes, right? Stuff like the warp gate change and so on. And then 1 month later, you have a hot fix to like fix up a couple things that are obviously not okay. And then you just let it go for like 6 months. And in that time, the meta will develop and things will balance out a little bit. And then you shake it up again a few months later again. I think the scary part is when you don't know when the next patch is coming. So people, if something's a bit off and you think there's never going to be a patch again because, you know, for some reason people think that that's the case in StarCraft, it's scary. Or when it's like going to be an entire year and it's like clear that something needs, like, that's scary, right? But if you know it's coming in a few months and a couple of tournament cycles, you know, down the line we're going to get big change, like, then it would be kind of... I think everyone would be happy to accept the changes that happen at that point, too. This doesn't look good for Rogue, guys. Clem is pushed up. I think this base is going to die. Rogue doesn't have Bane speed anywhere near being ready. He's going to dive in now. Actually gets the Banes very far forward. Should have kept them a bit close to the tanks for a second there, but I guess the Marines were firing on them as well. I think Mudig is going to chase. The Banes are coming. Much better defense for Rogue than I thought. I mean, extra Marines reinforced now from Clem. The Bane speed is going to help a lot for Rogue. Being able to actually roll the Banes towards those Marines and actually see some success there would be a pretty big factor in the near future. But what would the intern do? I hate to break it to you guys, but the guy that's patching StarCraft 2 is also working on a lot of other games and things at Blizzard. StarCraft 2 is not his priority. So I'm pretty sure he has other things to do as well, so I don't think he minds if StarCraft is just updated and done with for a while. Rogue at 140 is supply block tier 4 overlords on the way at least, but the trades have already been a bit rough for him. Resources lost a little bit in Clem's favor, but the main thing is just that Rogue is... I mean, feels like he needs to find some value with some of these mutas right now. He's going to get in with Lings and mutas. This feels like a desperation dive. When you hit the turret and you're not going to get it, that feels rough. I'm just going to jump onto this hatchery in the top right-hand corner. This is going to go down immediately. So Clem, while defending the mutas extremely well, is still dealing damage himself. He's all over the place right now. Bane's going to try and dive forward again. Going to get onto the siege tank. Bane's going to try and get through to the Marines. Now the Muta's going to keep chasing toward those medevacs. Widowmine's on the left side going to come across as well. We dive toward those. Try and deal with this. The Marines going to get hit by a couple of Banelings. Widowmine's shot takes out a Muta as well. He will continue to fight on that right-hand side, trying to clean up that drop, but we've got to deal with this over here too, and it is not really looking great at all. He's going to wrap around. The Thor is going to lift up. We're just going to be seeing a couple of Banes coming from the other direction. Marines going down. We get the medevac and the Thor as well. Pull back. Massive Widowmine shot as well from Clem. So this one in the front. 25 kills. I don't know if that was all at once. It felt like it could have been, though. That was a lot of units that just went down on that Widowmine. I'm sad I kind of half missed it because I was timing someone out in chat. I just saw the Death and Decay blown into the sky. So yeah, that one Widowmine had a very good moment as Clem is just doing Clem things, macroing like a god, looking absolutely amazing through and through. Just looking absolutely solid right now, and his position in this game is already fantastic. He tried to split and it got worse. Yeah, I didn't see it exactly. He's just gonna. I mean, this game was already looking rough for Rogue, taking the big mine shots. Obviously, not gonna help him. It's the Clem difference, man. Just like the ability to pressure and macro at the same time is just so huge for Clem. Oh, GG. What a miserable game for him. Some games you just don't even get off the ground willing at all, right? I should have replayed the mine hit. Surely someone can just clip it for me. No? Yeah, I missed it because, like I say, I was in the process of timing someone out. Someone was crying in the chat. They didn't even say anything bad. I just couldn't be bothered to listen to them whine about people who whine. Like, just ain't got time for that, you know? That was in part due to how much cheaper the CC is. Yes, no, I mean, the thing is that, every Terran build, it's the same as the lava buff. Oh, look, the Zerg can now build way more stuff than before. They're going to be way more powerful. Terran can hit their builds at a very similar time to when they start with 12 workers. They're going to be way more powerful. This is the problem with all of these changes. It's like, you're basically like, you're tweaking different knobs, and it's like, oh, Zerg isn't really good with 8 workers. Let's just turn this knob up. And it's like, wow, Zerg is amazing. So they turn that knob down, they try and turn the other knobs up, but like, it's just everywhere. And all of this is because of trying to balance the game around 8 workers when it was completely unnecessary. The 8 workers changed nothing apart from having to fix like 20 other things that we changed to then try and make 8 workers work. It's crazy. I think if we revert 8 workers and just remove some of the stuff we changed along with that, and then do another couple of fun changes, I think the game would be in an okay place. Not that the game is in a bad place now, just the fact that this entire imbalance and figuring out of the economy and trying to tweak all these numbers is literally because we changed something that we did not need to change and did nothing is baffling, you know? Half the changes are trying to undo the effects of 8 workers. I mean, that's what's even more baffling about it, right? Well, if they're not trying to fix anything and just redesigning the game. But their design choices are just trying to put the game back to what it was. Like, everything they're doing is speeding up the game that they slowed down by changing the worker count. Like, redesigning the game doesn't happen off of switching the workers like this. As was very apparent even when, like, 8 workers first came. Like, 8 workers is more bearable now. You know, I cried about 8 workers a bunch, but it's more bearable now because at least they, you know, did some things to speed up the game after. But then why aren't we just on 12 workers? And the reality was, with 8 workers, the game wasn't redesigned, it was just slowed down. I don't know. Changes were major enough to make you ladder for the first time? That's great. And yet, the overall player count and number of players playing the game has gone down with the patch. This never happens. Patches increase massively, usually, like, numbers and interest. Player count never goes down after a patch, and it has done on this one. Like, to me, that's a massive failure. No? But if that's not just a sign of, like, what the heck have we done here? I don't know what is. Let's be real. The thing is 8 workers could 8 worker starts could absolutely work as well. It just requires a lot of tweaking and fixing. And there are not the resources and time investment and the player count to put in the effort to tweak and fix it. They didn't just change to 12 workers overnight. 12 worker count was something they tested internally for years before they changed it. Like, I reckon, like, from the entirety of Heart of the Swarm, they were probably playing around with 12 workers behind the scenes. And they had a lot of people working on it and trying things out. And, like, they didn't, even then, 12 workers didn't launch perfectly. They had to change a lot of stuff after the fact as well. Compromise, go to 10 workers, but why? Like, what are we compromising for? I just don't get it. Oh, how are we still arguing about 8 workers? Why do I do this to myself every day, guys? Can't help it. Can't help it. Like I say, 8 workers doesn't even feel that bad right now. It just feels bad that we're still tweaking things to try and fix it still. And honestly, maybe the game is balanced now as well, with 300 mineral CCs. Like, it's still too early to say. I don't think Protoss is balanced. I think Protoss is extremely weak at the moment, though. I think Protoss is in a bad place. But we need to see some more games to actually know properly, so we shall wait and find out. Queen. Gonna come around for a couple seconds. Gonna put some work in there. Couple Hellions about halfway done. And we got the starport swapping over to a tech lab for a couple moments as well. I'm putting some pressure on in these early stages. A couple more Hellions continue to come about right now. Just going to be having the Evo chamber, the drones coming around as well. Again, Overlord and Queen continue to get into place. Continue to get a lot of these bits and pieces settled in. Again, banishing the cloaking, continuing up. And the army just going to rotate back around to the right side. And a couple more Hellions are going to be chilling out on those rocks. You're going to see more Hellions coming back around again. The Banshee is over to the left side as well. We're just going to shoot at that Banshee. Rogue's defense last game super early was fine as well. Like, it was okay. It wasn't anything crazy, but it was very respectable. And you see this Banshee taking a bit more damage as well. Hellions and the Reaper coming back around again. Carapace Lair coming up. 9 more drones on the production tab. And we are just seeing Rogue. Not as fast of a lair as last time. Obviously prioritizing the Carapace upgrade much earlier this time around. So a little bit of a different approach here to what we saw before. I don't think he's going to go into fast meters again based on how it went last time, because it was not exactly like that was a good result for him at the end of it all, realistically. Banshee's gathered, a couple Queens going to be there. Carapace coming up, wings on the way through. The Banshees will find a corner. Again, that's the power of the Banshees, always able to find an edge just to be able to get some worker kills. 3 drones going down so far. Yeah, Medevac's going to come around for a sec, so we just take a moment, moving about. Lots of Marines coming over as well. Obviously, Clem's starting to drop and starting to put the pressure on as these numbers rise up for a few moments here. So, bringing this straight about, getting that all on the way. You can see the units actually getting wrapped around on for a couple moments there as well, so a little bit of a problem. And you see the 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield building about as well at the moment. So again, bring that up. Medevac there to heal a little bit. 1-1 upgrades and that combat shield still building. Medevac Marines reducing on through. We get another Overlord kill as well. So Clem is going to be able to make good work on that for a few moments as well. Where do we go from Rogue? I mean, he's gone into the mutas again. I don't hate the mutas necessarily. I think going into the mutas super early was more of the problem last game than the mutas themselves. Hey, and Clem's macro. I wonder if mutas are actually in trouble, because the Terran can get set up so much earlier than before, so being in a position to deal with the mutas straight away puts so much more pressure on the mutas. To find opportunity against a Terran who's well set up is extremely difficult. going to be an interesting one to follow, see if meter styles die off a little bit. At least faster meter openings. It'd be interesting if that turned out to be the case, actually. As we see, this hatchery is going to go down. Clem can save some units as well. The mutas apparently not in good enough numbers to step forward after that either, so not going to be able to move through there for now. The Marines still shooting. The drones are taking some damage. A couple of workers already going down. Clem's just already opening up the tiniest bit of supply gap, but he's killing mutas. He's keeping mutas at home. Like, Rogue's investment into the tech is going absolutely nowhere for him at the moment. Again, Clem just creating so much control early. Economy already looking great for him. 73 workers, you know, on at Eternity's Edge. So he'll finally lose this drop. Mutas finally helped to clean this up. They lost 6 mutas so far. Resources lost 1.5k in Clem's favor. And continues to push. Just he's here again, looking to deny the 5th hatchery. Widowmine's actually getting very far forward. That Widowmine shot is pretty decent. Rogue kind of jived left and right, and they never really achieved anything on that movement, unfortunately. And Bane continues up as well. And we're going to go running in. There's mutas overhead. Trying to commit onto those Marines continue to fight, pushing those mutas away. They'll come back down from the top side. The Bane lanes roll in once again. The Medivacs lift up to retreat. And Rogue is going to have a pushback on this position now. There are Banshees up in the top right-hand side going to work their way through the extractors. And again, just trying to find any value they can. They've been around all game. The fact they're still up in a game with mutas is obviously pretty crazy. And honestly, even just using these Banshees and showing them now to be like, hey, bring your mutas over here could open the door for this attack on the left side from Clem as well. Clem has a 40 supply lead following this set of trades, and hard to imagine it's going any other way than a Clem victory, as the Widowmine shot there is good onto the mutas and the Banes. A few more Banes going to come running across as well, man. It is just never ending. Crazy business as the Marines continue to hit onto the hatch. Just going to knock that down. The Banshees are still going onto the extractors. The mutas are coming through. Widowmines going to fire onto a bunch of those mutas as well, getting even more work done. Speeds of upgrades, the vehicle weapons continue to come over. Sorry, 3 infantry weapons and armor continue to come over. This vehicle plane on the way, which is, I guess, nice from Clem too. But he just keeps pushing, he keeps applying the pressure. And Rogue plays an epic series against ByuN, comes up against Clem, and I don't want to say he got rolled, but he kind of got rolled. You know, like, I don't want to say he got rolled, but like, dude kind of got rolled. It's rough, man. Like I say, you play against Clem, it's just shows what the next level is in this matchup, which for Clem really is a next level, really is something which he's shown us many a time to be a matchup he's extremely competent in. Hard to really bet against the man when he looks like this. GG's. Shin and Percival still playing, so we're actually going to end up in the Clem Cure semi-final first, guys. So it's going to be Clem versus Cure, and then after Clem versus Cure, we will have the Hero versus Shin or Percival match. So Shin and Percival just taking a little while, but we can start off with Clem Cure. Can go. So yeah, we'll get Clem and Cure on the way. Is Clem... I've not casted Clem playing TVT yet, guys. But he has been playing TVT a little recently instead of PVT. So I wonder if that's going to be... To be fair, like, Clem's weakness in PVT, as many Protoss players' weakness is in the matchup, is typically a case of, oh, I really struggle a bit against like the earlier pushes and aggression. That is the thing that really gets powered up by these Terran and command centers being cheaper, right? These command centers are cheaper, and so all of these early 2-base, 3-base attacks, they hit that much harder, right? So I can understand the want to kind of step away. I can understand the want to kind of move away from that a little bit, at the very least. Alrighty, Cool. We will get into Clem versus Cure. That'll be up next. The Team Liquid Terran Showdown coming up. And then, like I said, it's going to be Hero versus Shin or Percival. We don't know who just yet. Is anyone in-game on Shin Percival? Maybe Rex is. Nope, he was with us. Coco was obviously with us. I don't think anyone's in on the Shin Percival matchup, guys. All right. All right, all right, all right. What did Rex do to Classic? I'll ask him. What did you do to Classic? I will ask him. We'll see what he says. See what he says. So apparently he 10 pooled on Old Sun Temple and Classic scouted the right spot because you can only spawn in 2 places on Old Sun Temple, so he scouted the right direction, but he didn't go far enough in the base to see Rex's base, so he went back and he never saw it. So he saw where he was meant to go, he saw, and he didn't see. Good game. There you go, guys. You didn't tell me about the other games, but that's a good one. That's a good one. Temple's nice in general. Yo, Dito, thank you so much for the 9-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for the great casts. No worries. Thank you so much for supporting it. Just while we're waiting for videos, guys, first of all, actually, sorry, Ultimira Zia 21 hit the Prime sub 23 minutes ago as well. I don't think I shouted you out because I obviously am terrible with your name. Thank you. Or maybe Ultim Razia? Yo, thank you so much for that Prime sub as well. Appreciate it. As we will get ready to go into Clem Cure as soon as these guys are set, guys. We'll just mention as well, we've had the WardiTV 24/7 stream set up, guys. It is almost a week old tomorrow. If you'd like to check it out, it's on twitch.tv/WardiTV2. Whenever you're looking for more StarCraft to fill your background noises, then you can check this out. You can !247 in the Twitch chat as well if you want to find it. Give it a follow. People have even started to subscribe on the 24/7 stream. We've had 3 subs in the last day, which is actually crazy. So go give it a follow if you want just more background StarCraft at some point when we're not live on the mainstream. It is very much so doing what it is meant to do. It is providing ad revenue, and currently, the current rate of it, considering it's week 1, it looks as though it's going to help us to fund some extra tournaments. So super awesome. So check that out. We typically are going to be raiding it after our streams now. I kind of feel bad not raiding other people, but I don't know. We're getting tournament ad revenue from it, so it's a thing. It's the day and age we live in, guys. I don't know what else we can really do. So yeah, check that out if you do so fancy. And shout out to anyone that's been hanging out there. Appreciate you guys checking it out, hanging out on it, and all the rest. Yeah, we are just waiting for Clem and Kira, guys. I'm not sure what the holdup is. I presume they're just taking a few moments to veto. And that's all that's going on right now. So I believe that is the current situation that we're just waiting on vetoes still for now. Don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing. I presume Clem or Kira are BRB right now. Hero is waiting in the other semi-final. He beat MaxPax in the round of 8. He plays Shin or Percival whenever they finish up, or I say whenever they finish up, but Shin or Percival will be the opponent for Kiro. That will be our second semi-final. They will not play until... You ready? Alright guys, we are going into Sanctuary for Clem versus Kira. And like I say, we've seen this happening in other tournaments if you've been following the results. I've not seen it on my own channel yet. I've not casted this yet, but this is going to be Clem Kira TVT. Do I need another computer for the 24/7 stream? Yeah, it runs on a PC in a room over there. It's like, well, that's the bathrooms in this behind this wall, but behind that there's another room, and the 24/7 stream's over there. It's actually my old PC that I replaced because a fan broke on the GPU, but then I actually turned it on and it's not, the fan's fine now. I don't know how that works. It's just been inactive for 2 years and it fixed itself. So that's why it's running. Does a low power laptop and mini PC suffice? I mean, it probably would, but I don't have one of those. So yeah, I don't know. I fixed it with my mind, yeah, maybe. Alright guys, like I say, I've not casted this guy playing TVT in a hot second. I don't think I casted him playing TVT at any point since he changed. So it's been a year and a half. We're playing some Terran versus Terran for the first time on WardiTV since 2024. It is Clem. Is in the bottom left, our blue Terran player is going to be Team Liquid's QA. Power consumption may become a factor. It already made enough ad revenue yesterday to pay for the entire power consumption it would likely cost. I actually looked this up, how much it would cost to run a PC 24/7. It already paid for itself on ad revenue from yesterday for the next like month basically, or more. So yeah. Turns out running ads 24/7 is pretty effective, man. So so yeah. It's actually crazy. I mean, we'll see how it goes. Obviously, yesterday I gave it a big raid, and it's a Sunday as well. But I mean, like, if it's already paid for itself yesterday, then the rest just goes into StarCraft, you know? So, more tournament funding. Alright, Reaper on the way, Orbital coming up. It's a Marine from Cure. TVT builds are interesting because TVT, you're tempted to throw an expansion down, right? But it's very scary to expand in TVT. In this case, they will both expand, though. Once we pop this down, we get those command centers on the way here on Sanctuary. So CC from both players. And yeah, we get our Reapers coming up as well. So it was the Marine into a Reaper from Cure. They'll have +1 Marine. Then we'll have a slightly faster Reaper. That's not going to really matter much here. It might matter a little bit further down the line in terms of total Reaper count and moving into other things at some point, but we're not at that stage just yet. As we come across the maps, there's Reaper heading down to the bottom left, and we have Command Center coming up. Factory is on its way from both players. Man, it's so rare we cast TVTs because usually Clem doesn't play TVT, right? So a lot of the games that would have been TVT are usually avoided. Clem being back on TVT is kind of a, like I say, it's honestly a bit of a, it's a little bit of a shock. It's a shock to the system. And this Reaper still sits out the front. A couple more command centers coming up, natural, and into the third as well. So super fast 3CC from Clem. I mean, I guess you can do this if your opponent goes just to 2 bases, and even if they go 1-1-1 from here. I mean, what happens if Q does a 2 starport push, though? Does Clem have a good answer for that? Yeah, Reapers find their way in for an SCV. Nice job from Clem initially there to get a bit of value already. Does Clem like the matchup now? I think it's not so much. I think it's not so much that he likes TVT, because I still think TVT is very much so against his playstyle and against like a lot of the things that Clem is good at is not really apparent in TVT. But I think it's more a statement of PVT, I would say. I would say it's more of a statement on his feelings on PvT. And I said this before, but I would imagine some of it is that Terran definitely got better at some of the early game stuff, and a lot of the games Clem lost when he played Protoss versus Terran were those earlier game kind of pushes and so on. You know, the longer a game went when Clem played Protoss, a lot of the time it would just go in his favor. So the Terran getting the buffs to help him out earlier in the game, I think Clem just, at least for now, says TvT maybe is the future for him instead, so. But yeah, I mean, I guess we could ask him as well. I do not read his mind. As Clem now just 3 gas. This is kind of crazy, no? What is the disadvantage Clem is at for having gone into a 3rd command center? Interference Matrix on the way, Raven on the way. He's got a later tank, but he built a Cyclone that his opponent didn't, right? So Clem is already up an SCV. He's up an entire command center. And Q's advantage is 4 Marines. And like I say, a tank instead of a Cyclone, Viking instead of a Raven. Like, Q's army is maybe more closer to pushing across the map and doing work. But Clem's just in a better spot. Like, 4 Marines don't change anything, realistically. Like, 4 Marines going across the map into 1 tank is immediately just undone, so... That's kind of a wild little situation we got going on as this Reaper heads down to the south. Is the other semi-final going to be broadcast? Yes, we cast both semi-finals in the Monday Cup. Unless it's gone like super duper long. I don't think we've ever... I think we've maybe skipped both semis like once or twice over the course of the Mondays. I think one of the times is like I was feeling pretty ill as well, and I was just like I needed the day to get going, you know. But yeah, we pretty much always cast both semi-finals. As Alex or Eddie, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you priming us up. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. Tank, got the Marines on the way out. The barracks is going to flow on over to a tech lab. Starport going to move up and drop a reactor down. Marine, tank, Viking, Raven is thinking about going to the right side. He's going to lose the Reaper here. I mean, Q does go double starport, so... I mean, hey, I'm glad he's going to answer the question which I asked, right? You know, what happens if Q just goes double starport push? Well, we will find out right now. We are going to see. What's interesting is that Clem has already got the 3rd in location, right? So, Q is actually going to have to siege the 3rd first, which gives Clem a chance to pull it back and set up a defense and basically slow the overall approach and buy himself time for upgrades and other things that will help him. This is all in for Q typically, or it's at least extremely heavily committed. As Clem just going to lift the CC, just going to pull back that position initially. A couple other tanks will begin to siege up. Marines and Cyclone gathering around. What are we going to do here? Ravens, the Vikings still gathering up. A couple of tank shots going in. 1 Marine goes down. We have the Interference Matrix going down. Oh, interesting, but Clem is going to drop the auto turrets because the tanks of Q are not really in range. Clem should have sieged this tank, no? This tank should have sieged a long time ago. That was a perfect answer from Clem. It was the absolutely just correct answer. He's got a flank! What the... Oh my god, what an absolute... what absolute destruction. Aren't you supposed to move tanks in? Yeah, I feel like Q was like, oh my god, I can Matrix all the tanks, but completely forgot that Matrix in the tanks doesn't matter if he has no damage output on the tanks. I mean, the auto turret's the right call from Clem in that scenario. There's nothing to Matrix, and basically if you save your tanks, you win. And he was immediately ready to save the tanks. The auto turrets do so much work in that direction of keeping the tanks alive. Bam. Super solid. That's wild. Clem shows up. Wins the first game of this TvT semi. Other semi-final has been set, by the way. Percival 2-1 over Shin in the round of 8. Percival advances to play hero, so it's a non-Zerg top 4. The Mondays are back. Good to know the Monday Cups are back, guys. You know, I was worried for a moment when we had a Zerg in the finals last week. You know, I was a little bit concerned. Not just a Zerg in the finals, but 2 Zergs in the top 4. It didn't feel like the Monday Cup, you know? It's nice to see that we're back to having 0 Zergs participating in the top 4 of the competition. Is this what happens when we run it on a Monday? We actually get back to the usual scheduled Zerg falling off scenario. Crazy business. Top left-hand side, the red Terran player representing Team Liquid. This is going to be Clem. The bottom right, our blue Terran player is going to be QA looking to bounce back. Hey, man, I asked, hey, what if he double starport pushes? And Clem's like, doesn't matter. I mean, that was a really bad push for Q, though. The thing about it's interesting, though, because Q had to break a Clem who was forwardly placed. Usually, you get a siege toward the natural, and the Terran, the defending Terran has to, very quickly break out, or they get pushed further and further back. You lose mana on the natural, and it's a big issue. The fact Q had to fight in a more open kind of third base location, and Clem actually held that position comfortably is kind of a statement. Percival has the goal to put playing garbage patch in his stream title. I mean, I don't think anyone... Yeah, is there something wrong just because he won against him? I mean, Percival's been beating Shin recently anyway, no? It can still be a garbage patch even if you're winning on it. Even if it's good for your, even if it's being good for your race. In fact, even better if he's winning and he's claiming it's a bad patch. No? Oh, we can't just hit on everyone all the time, guys. I feel like Percival really stepped up lately. Actually, nice to see him being competitive. Wow, he is not... I take it back. His last 4 results against Shin was 0-2, 0-2, 0-3, 0-2. I take it back. Maybe the patch has helped him a bit. I thought Percival has been playing well lately, but clearly not against Shin. Percival beat Solar recently, though, no? I not like in the last week or so, but who am I thinking of that Percival? He beat Solar 3-1 in May. He beat Solar in the TLMC as well. That's probably part of what I'm thinking of too, but that's back in April already, Jesus. Alright, Reaper moving around. Again, a couple of Reapers coming up from Clem actually as his opening here is to go into the double barracks. So, playing a defensive kind of 2-Rax Reaper. I personally always love this build because you're playing this extra Reaper early, and this is already a big plus if you can catch that Reaper of your opponent. But you're playing the extra barracks. It keeps you very safe. If your opponent proxy 2-Rax Reapers you, they're in a lot of trouble. You can still apply pressure from this without being super committed. It does lead you naturally into a more biocentric game, which is typically a problem in TVT, because usually in TVT you don't want to play a biocentric game. You want to be playing a, tech units. Let's see where Clem transitions with it, as he is now going to take 3 Reapers across the map against the 0 Reapers on the map from Cure. 1 Reaper and a Hellion back at home, though. I say on the map, I meant like actually active. Killing that one was obviously kind of nice. I don't think Clem can do much up here, though. Oh, what a great time for the extra Reaper to pop as well. Good bit of extra damage output and absolutely made it so Clem couldn't make anything of that. Clem starts to run back. A Marine in the middle of the map too needs to be cautious. Command center is about to complete from Clem. The starport is building. Factory swaps on over to the tech lab, and we are going to have our starport done in a moment. Command center finishing in the main base. Cyclone will be building, so it is not going to be super bio-focused from Clem. Focusing on the Cyclone right now, not doing much with the barracks at all just yet. Built a few Marines, but it hasn't got them producing right now. Going to probably use them to build add-ons in the near future. Finally runs the natural. CC drops in over here as well. Cyclone, couple Hellions and Marines gather up. Starport going to begin to get the Raven on the go. Couple SCVs coming through. Again, the Banshee's halfway done. Orbital Command coming up as well. Reaper, Marine, Hellion force continues to gather at the moment. Into all the natural again. Tank, couple Marines in the SCV coming around. There's the Reapers over here again. Push back. And this TVT develops a little bit more traditionally. I'm going to go triple CC again, though. It's not as fast as last time, obviously. 2 racks, factory stop on. This time he goes into the third here. What will he do? Does he want to... I mean, this is not a great map for 2 base pushing on either. Just because this map is pretty large. Get across to the other side. It's flat ground at least, which is nice. There's a couple ledges you can use, I guess. We'll see what Kua does. As the barracks now move over. Like I say, Clem is actually very tech heavy. I was expecting him to play a much faster kind of biocentric style with these 2 racks, but he really just kind of got a few Marines out to help him defend if anything came, and otherwise has just been using them to add on it up and to get the stop on the factory set to produce some tech units here. Kua will poke at the front. Kua has got the army supply lead by quite a lot as well. And she has like a 10 army supply lead. That should obviously shift over time. And Clem already has the... there's the second starport from here. So he's going to go double starport again. So he really believes in just what he's been doing here. He's going to go for a very similar approach. What's this music? They added other StarCraft tracks into the list of background music that's available in the game now. I don't know what this one's from. Probably, if it sounds weird, it's usually Nova COVID Ops is what I've learned. Usually Nova COVID Ops is the strangest stuff that people don't recognize. Tank sieges. Push starting up from Kua. He's looking to get in position here. Clem, what is his approach going to be? Got a bandit to deal with in the background. A few Marines going to get underneath that. Clem keeping a couple of his tanks on siege. Going to auto turret it up again. Kua should just walk away, no? 1 tank in the back still matrixed. Wow. Kua fights through the auto turrets. So I'm going to have to lift the 3rd base off. What is interesting is that the Ravens have been shot down right now, though. So there's only going to be 1 Raven left. So there's not as much energy to help Kua keep pushing with. Clem is about to have stim. But the tanks being siege really negates stim because it's very hard to really engage in with these Marines. Not going to lose much, though. Clem, scanning on the other side of the map, is going to see the command center. Is that... yeah, double medevac going the other side. He's going to put the drop on and force Kua into a bit of a base trade scenario. Kua has nothing in the natural. A couple of Vikings just spawned, but he's going to have basically nothing. He has to attack in. He has to do work. Clem pulls up into the main base. He knows he's committing to a base trade, essentially. And so he wants to hold the high ground. He's going to get the Matrix on that tank already, though. That's good. Clem pulling back again. He will have Stim to help him out here. Already killing the natural of his opponent, but he will not get into the main base, which is a big factor. Whereas Kua might be able to make it into the main base soon. Clem's not even going to kill the natural CC even. Kua steps up, eats a bunch of tank shots though. It's expensive. Oh, Clem still has vision and reach onto that tank. Oh my goodness, he doesn't have vision himself, so he loses a tank. That's massive. Clem going to make sure to cancel up the 3rd CC. He's going to make sure that this is 2 bases each, no matter what. Clem right now, I like what he's got with the Medivacs. Combat shield going to be done soon. He already has Stim. Medivac's available too. I mean, if you can drop on top of this, or just surround this to some extent. 1-1 upgrade is obviously huge in this scenario as well. Did that combat shield finish? No, cancelled. Okay, no combat shield. That's a pretty big factor. Clem's getting ready to go. Going to push the tanks into position. Going to drop in as well. Here we go for the breakout. It's obviously a very well-defended position from Kua. It's taking Clem a lot of time to get out, but he does get out. Down 10 workers. Kua's worker count's not going to matter too much. He'll be oversaturated because he has no 3rd. So a lot of those additional workers don't matter too much, actually, in this scenario. Clem just needs to get combat shield going again. Get that started back up would be great. As we try and rectify this position a little bit. Gets his natural back to mining. Kua's obviously mined a little bit more comfortably throughout this, with the natural being back in position a little sooner. This drop is massive, though, because Kua is sending everything across the map. If this drop runs in and kills a ton of SCVs, you're going to negate Kua's 3rd CC coming up pretty quickly as well, right? Is he going to drop out of reach? He's going to fly into a couple of units that show up. Gives Kua a little bit of time to respond to it, but he's going to start pulling back otherwise. And maybe doesn't find as much opportunity there as he could have done. Hard to know, obviously, we see everything. Clem does not see everything. Makes a difficult choice as he actually grabs a tank, though. Every tank we kill is going to be huge. He takes the tower, sees the units, time to escape. Can't really bring the medevac closer to help those Marines because the Vikings were there. Clem with a lot more supply. Kira's catching up in a lot of ways, and Combat Shield alone is going to be massive, and Kira also has massive air control. A ton of Vikings available right now, and Kira's onto a faster third CC, although he needs to float in position. Clem's going to build his own location to make up a little bit of time. Going to lose, not lose time floating it is obviously a pretty big deal. And this Marine tank medevac force back over to the right for a couple moments. Yeah, Clem lost his natural. His natural died when Q was sieged up here. He didn't get it away, so it got reset to 2 bases each. That's why it was important that Clem killed the building third CC. It's going to get a bit of a siege going as Q tries to take the third, trying to deny this. Binary will go down to start us off at least. More Marines stepping over. Vikings just going to be right there. Tanks firing. Like I say, good pressure, but it's hard to keep this up because of the Vikings. The air control makes it difficult for Clem to keep the vision needed to make this happen. Oh, he's going to go for it anyway. He's just going to send it through the 2 Vikings, loses the medevac with the tank inside. The other medevac gets out, but he's going to break into the main. Wow, that's a pretty crazy play. You're going to negate a lot of the Viking disadvantage here. Gets multiple add-ons. The tank's sieging up, so he's going to run to the corner. What more can he do? Is he going to try and actually get out? He's going to try and fight. Probably makes sense because the medevac's going to get shot down by Vikings. No. Guess the Liberator. What else do we trade for here? The 1-1 on these Marines is fantastic. Yeah, 1-1 super powerful. And you know what's not on the third base? A defense from Kua as Clem runs in. The tank trying to be repaired, but it's not going to be enough. So Clem's going to get another tank siege in position, and now the third in trouble. SCV's taking shots. Surely the tank doesn't get siege. We're going to lose 1. We're going to lose 2. No shots were given from those siege tanks. SCV's running into tank fire in Clem's position, looking as though it might be good enough. Dives onto the tank that's sieged up just now. Tank shot again from Clem. Gets a ton of SCVs, and another tank's about to back this up. As the move into the main, most importantly, open the doorway to the push back onto the third base. So when Clem gets to play TVT like this, it looks great for him, right? It's just a lot of the time moves like this in TVT lose you the game. But these are the kind of moves that Clem can pull off so well. Just very difficult to make it happen, like I say, on a regular basis in this matchup. So I'm just going to go for it. I think that would be a mistake. Army supplies are pretty even right now. Obviously, behind this, Clem got his own third set up. He's going to relocate the main to the fourth because the minerals are mined out. Sure, yeah, why not? Makes sense. Kyo's main's going to be mined out too, but he's not going to get the chance to move his main base forward in a similar vein. He's not even going to be able to keep the third base alive as Clem forces a bit of a position here. I like the libs. The libs, obviously, you've got some air controls, Curious. So let's try and use the libs to break out a little bit, give you a bit of an advantage. Basically, play on the advantage you have with the Vikings, right? Is the idea. We scan out. Marines, tanks gather. A couple of Liberators will begin to siege. Tanks will take some shots. 1, 2, and 3 hits. So we get rid of 1 tank. Awkward position for Clem because his tanks are going to get dove on. Upgrades are even right now. Clem is a few moments away from 2-2. That was not a good fight for Clem. Messy position. Tanks left in a bad place. I say 2-2. He's going to finish +2 attack. His armor is actually trailing. It would be who finishes 2-2 first, but he'll be behind on attack upgrade for about a minute. Obviously, attack upgrade still would have made a big difference then. A very much so marine-on-marine kind of battle. Getting that third base back down from Kira is massive. Another drop from Clem, just again backstabbing to make it as difficult as possible for Kira. I think the third might take a lot of SCV losses here. There's nothing near it, so Kira's third is going to take a lot of losses. The third of Clem's going to get sieged as well, though. However, Clem's also taken a 5th base. Bottom left-hand side. And obviously moved his main over to a 4th as well. Viking count from Clem is now actually good. And he's actually going to be able to force the Liberators back, which is huge. Clem is just taking advantages away from Kyo one by one at this point in time. Medevac boosts back over to that right side, peeling away for a few moments. Again, the +2 armor upgrade finishing very, very shortly. Tanks will unsiege, setting up. Vikings getting ready to position. The Marines is going to fight in. A couple of SCVs already taking big damage. Marines going to step over. Forward command trying to retake its position, but the tanks are here as well. Clem trying to make some work elsewhere. There's the tanks coming over. And it's just going to be seeing the tanks sieging up. The Marines are going to be there ready to stim into the siege tanks. 1 tank, 2 tank, 3, all going down. Just going to get the medevacs as well. Does that full medevac get away to the main base for a split second before the Vikings say no? And Cure, he's going to try and push around to the left, but he's losing so much potential. Like, what does Cure have tank-wise? He only has, to be fair, Clem only has 3 tanks. Cure has 2 tanks in this game show up right now as Clem. I just have the firepower to break onto this position. He's going to get rid of the Liberator, which has claimed a couple of SCVs. It's messy. It's messy. Army supplies are still very similar. The Viking gets rid of the Lib, but Cure is going to have enough. What's funny is that Clem's army supply is caught up in medevacs, so he actually has a lot of medevacs that without the Marines are not going to be that effective. And Clem's going to take some issues here. And okay, that's not a GG moment, though. That's not a GG moment. I know you've got 2 tank sieges up here. Well, is it? Does Cure just outmass him in every way? He's not mining on the left side? Maybe it is. I think it's too close to leave the game in, realistically. Like, from our point of view, it's too close to leave the game. I think the position is obviously getting very good for Cure, but I think it's too soon to leave the game. In a game where you've ran around Cure and made a lot of things happen from counterattacking and so on as well, I think it's a very... He was up in supply, but a lot of the supply he was up in was workers, and his army was worse because he had a lot of medevacs that he didn't have Marines to support with. So he had a lot of dead supply, but I think it's too close to be leaving the game. I think is a very realistic scenario there. Like, Clem, I think Clem was in a losing position. I don't think that's a controversial take. Like, the supply didn't say it, but the position on the map, I think Clem was losing. So, I don't think it's like a quit while ahead scenario, because he's got, like, a lot of his supply leaders workers that are running away from Marines in the bottom left that are going to die eventually, right? But I think you stay in another 30 seconds at least. I think you stay in a little bit longer. I don't think it's a terrible lead from Clem. I just think it's another 30 seconds and you go from there, sort of sign. Clem bottom left, Cure top right. As we get going into game 3 of this best of 3. Rack's coming down and get us on the go. I'm just going to proxy racks for this game 3. Hi. Alright, well, 2 racks here. Cure has been expanding quickly on the first command center each game, and he looks to do the same on this one, which is the build order advantage for Clem for sure. Cure also playing the no scout. So no scout does not know what's up. Everything is stacked in Clem's favor here because you don't scout as Cure, you save the Reapers, you wait for 2. And with 2 Reapers, you can run in and cause absolute chaos. And there'll be no preparation from Cure because he's not got any time to respond because he doesn't know it's happening. Two extra Reapers. Gonna pop very close to each other, so we might be able to run it with... Oh, Cure went Reactor as well. Oh, this is bad. Clem's going to go with 2 Reapers versus 1. The Reactor is on the way. Clem's first goal should be to... Yeah, I was going to say deny the CC, but honestly, get after this Reaper straight away, especially when you see the reactor here. This is so good for you. Deny the factory, so you're not going to get that up straight away. That's a delay on any unit that can come out and help you there. Your 3 Reapers against the 1 with a ton of micro to be done here. There is the factory finishing, but it's going to be tough to even have this Hellion outmass. The good news is at least now the reactor's up, you're going to get a lot of Marines out too, but you can already see the Reapers doing insane damage. Does delay the CC. That's big. Obviously, letting that finish already would have been a factor. As oh, Clem's going to lose a Reaper, but he's going to get a Reaper in return. Yeah, losing a Reaper from Clem is a little rough because, like I say, the Hellion's about to be out. With the Hellion out, it becomes a little bit trickier to actually do more, especially if you don't have the Reaper count to help you out now. We've lost 2 Reapers. Obviously, the damage is heavily done already. The only thing I will say is we haven't had to cancel this command center. And so if we can get up a command center in advantage, that obviously makes up for some of the worker deficit you're currently seeing here. I'm just going to have 5 Reapers soon. 5 Reapers is very dangerous because the Hellions start to die extremely quickly. So while the Hellions do good damage if they get the right lineup, they're going to start dying so fast, and you're going to be forced to make a move in a second here as Cure. Because I think he sees the CC being so close to being done. If he cancels this, I think that's an amazing call on his kind of like just recognizing that trying to get it up might say losing the game. There goes the Hellion, number 1. Hellion 2 is a priority from Clem. He's going to be able to get it in a second. He is going to finish the CC. But Cure lost 2 of the main units that are going to help him out in the future. Because now with the Reaper still alive, you continue to hold presence on this map. Obviously, the high ground is nice here from Cure. But what if Clem hops up over here and just jumps into your main? And then you've got to come up the ramp into your own main base. Don't get me wrong, he did successfully get this base saved, which is a move, but I think it's such a risk. It was a really risky play from Cure. Now with the vision as well, he sees all of the units here. Yeah, okay, cool, threatening. Threatens a little bit. Going to keep using this barracks for high ground vision. Back to 5 Reapers, so again, these Hellions are going to be quick to fall. Up to the high ground. There's a lot of Marines now as well, to be fair. Drop some grenades down. 1 Hellion falls. We lose 2 of the Reapers here, so down to 3. Probably means we can't do much else. 1 more grenade available. Actually going to get this Hellion that's move commanding, trying to get that Reaper. It's not move commanding, it's clicked onto the Reaper, so it's kind of move commanding because it's not in reach. But it had a target, it had an idea of what it wanted to do. Clem obviously sees everything, his CC back at home up. Clem has a lack of units. Factory is about to get to the tech lab. If Q had been able to go across the map, that would have been huge. This is one of the reasons why killing the Hellions is massive. Without the Hellions, walking Marines across the map isn't really viable. With the Hellions still alive, he might have been able to go across the map, and then Clem would have had a big army supply disadvantage, and that could have been a big problem. Clem also, the reason he's not set up, he's going triple CC as well, so his economy is about to be insanely good. And like I say, Kira has not had any, because he's had to rebuild Hellions the entire time to stay alive. He's not had a tech lab on the factory, so he's not getting siege tanks or cyclones or any of these more than useful things up as well, which is a pretty big factor also. Orbital going to float to the low ground. Couple of grenades going down. Marines and the Hellions getting bopped. Orbital going to land in a second or two. Siege tank is coming up. The SCVs and the Raven on the way. Refinery going to be placed in the next few moments. Get that refinery coming about again. Raven Matrix on the way through. Tanks continue to produce as well. Take a few moments, get this set. Since when is Clem playing TVT? Yeah, since one of the hotfix patches, pretty much. He's switched to playing TVT instead of playing the PVT. I don't know, I think it was like after about a week or two of the patch. I think at Home Story he was still playing PVT, I believe, and it was like after Home Story he's gone to TVT. Maybe the class will bring him back. I think it's more so that Protoss has been redesigned a lot, and he's got a lot to relearn with Terran, so he's also got a lot to relearn with Protoss, which is tough. But also, like I said it a couple times, but I really think that the changes to Terran are obviously big in favor of like what is good against Clem's Protoss. Killing him early, getting in there with aggressive attacks. That was already Clem's weakness when he played PVT. And that's really exemplified by this most recent patch as well, I think. So it's a good cleanup from Clem. Loses 2 SCVs, but kills everything here. Don't think he played a single Terran at Home Story Cup. Yeah, but I think he would have played Protoss versus Terran at Home Story Cup. I think. I'm just trying to get the timeline straight, roughly. I think he would have played Pros vs. Darren Home Story Cup, but it was after that. I think he switched back. Or maybe it was just before Home Story Cup he started playing TVT anyway. I might be a bit wrong. It was around that time, though. Ripper hops up, few Marines gather. I'm just going to see the reactor finish it in the factory. Yeah, he first played Terran vs. Terran in a Monday Night Weekly, guys. But saying a Monday Night Weekly doesn't help. I'm trying to give like a... It was a Monday! Yeah, I was trying to give like more of a time frame to it. Wonder if he'll switch to P if the meta cells and P ends up being strong. I imagine he would, but that's just not the case right now at all. I think this... I just think this patch really kills a lot of what Clem... Like I say, I think it just is tough for Clem because the thing he was bad at in PvT is the thing a lot of pros players struggle with, right? Well-timed timing pushes. That got a lot tougher for him, so... Like, I think Protoss is still very good if they get to the right state of the game against Terran, but getting there is extremely tough, and that's the state of the game where Clem was so freaking good as well. It's going to be having those tanks. You know, if this position was... Oh, this fight was already very good. Clem using the cycle and just get a couple extra chips off. We've got no tanks here from Kua, which is usually a pretty damning situation. No tanks makes it extremely difficult as Clem slowly pushes his tank control further forward. We are going to get a tank on the ram, but Clem's more playing around the bottom. Kua's running up to the right side rather than... I think Kua doesn't really want to run up into the natural, because if you run up the natural and your natural rank gets sieged, you can no longer come back down it. So he feels the need to play up over in this direction too, but that means Clem is going to start taking advantages over in this direction. So it's like the lesser of two evils. He will be able to defend a third over here, as Clem's just going to drop the stim, run in, get the tank quickly. Doesn't get the tank quickly, to be fair. Targets down the Raven during this, and Kua's just going to decide to go for it, which means he's going to attack into the tanks, and it's going to be GG. Clem to the finals for yet another WardiTV Mondays after a grueling effort in the TVT. That second game was a very exciting back and forth, as Clem does go through to the finals. Percival Hero in the other semi-final guys coming up next. As like I say, Clem to the finals for, I believe, what could be today. Nope, never mind. I thought it was going to... For some reason, I thought he was close to 30. He is close to 30. If he wins today, he'd be on 28 wins. But not quite the 30 marker. But another chance for him to maybe open the gap further between himself and MaxPax. Remember, MaxPax had a massive catch-up. The start of this year, Clem did not win a Monday Cup for like 6 months or 5 months or something. MaxPax did a lot of work catching up to Clem. Hero was right up there with MaxPax and Clem as well. Hero's now 5 wins behind Clem. MaxPax is 3 wins ahead of Hero. Very interesting stuff as lobby is up for Hero and Percival, guys. We will get right to it for this next matchup. Some TVP coming in a few moments' time. I believe we got other casters still logging in. For once, we're not guaranteed a TVP final. Yeah, I know, it's kind of a weird change, isn't it? Oh, thank you so much for the donation. £8 from Anonymous, no message attached, just an £8 donation. Thank you so much for the generosity, much appreciated. Oh, that was me. Thank you so much, Snackjoy. If it wasn't you and you claimed someone else's donation, then... Thank you so much for the £8, though. I appreciate the donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I believe Coca logged in and now he's relogging, so give it a sec, guys. Get this TVP up and running. Yo, Vixer11, thank you so much for the 16-month resub on the Prime. Go-Go's and Hero and Percival will get to business for the semi-finals of WardiTV Mondays 96. I should give them a badge when they hit 30. Or like a Monday badge. It's basically just like, hey, Clem, max hero, eventually you're gonna get a badge. You know? Alright, let's dive in as we head into game number 1 of a second best of 3 semi-final here today, guys. In the bottom left-hand side, sorry, there's no top spawns on Rorschach. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss here will be Hero. And in the bottom right, our blue Terran will be Percival. Give me an educated probability that Percival advances. 30%. New patch. Brings it up a little bit. And it's a best of 3. It's not impossible. Another top 4 from Percival, by the way, in general. He's had a few top 4s lately. Percival's track record against Hero is horrendous, by the way. Percival has lost the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 times he's played against Hero. The last time he won was against Pegasaur Cup 71, which was back in March. And that was the one win before. Before that, he'd lost another 5 or 6. So in 2026, he is 1-15 against Hero. 1-15. Sorry, 1-16. So, yeah, not great. Probably less than 30%. 10% maybe? Maybe 10%. 1 in 10 times because it's buffed up a little bit by the Terran changes. It's a bit more volatile than usual. Maybe 10%. Is more realistic. I know, I'm always very positive, guys. What do you want me to say? You want me to tell you that you want me to say that this matchup isn't worth watching? It's always weird, right? Because it's like, at the end of the day... Wait, what happened to my best of? What the hell just happened there? At the end of the day, like, Percival's good. And he plays good games. And he plays a lot of really good games a lot of the time. It's just Hero's a different beast, right? Like, it's very tough to, like, really be... Like, it sounds horrific. But, like, Percival's good enough to challenge Hero. It's just difficult to beat Hero. At the end of the day is what it comes down to, you know? Hero's just not going to let this series be stable at all as well. Just going to throw down the instant Stargate. This might not be bad for Percival. He's got a reactor. He's going to build a lot of Marines. And while he maybe doesn't know what's coming, he will have the anti-air to at least help push back an early game kind of air unit. So that alone should be pretty successful here, I'd imagine. Sorry, guys. I'm messing around with my observers. I'm trying to... For some reason, one of the observers is very jumpy. Thank you, by the way, Parabytes, for the 87-month resub. Is 87 a lot? Yes, it is. Coming in after Vix on the 16 as well. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Couple of Marines is going to push the Zealot away on the natural, and the Stargate is producing. The Oracle right now. Chrono Boost coming along. Command centers are coming up. We actually have the Zealot already stepping in here. The couple of Marines will go down. I'm just going to be seeing the other Marines ready to come down as well. SCV pulling over. It's going to actually kill the Zealot, but doesn't get back into the bunker. I mean, obviously killing Marines off is huge because we're about to show up with an Oracle. And the anti-air is 2 Marines. Oracle should just go after the Marines, I think. Oh, 2 more Marines pop right on time. Is that enough? No? Then the Oracle gets free reins of the SCVs. Oof. And obviously the next Oracle's on the way, and the next 2 Marines only just about to pop. There's one SC. Yeah, the SCV in the bunker ain't going to save you. Triple CC against the Proxy Stargate, and Hero has so much map control, he's going to take the gold base behind it. I thought he was going to be alright with the reactor on the barracks, but I also thought there'd be a factory. Obviously going into the Triple CC just takes away like some of the tech follow-up and so on. Even if this was like 2 more barracks, they would have been finished a bit sooner as well, so you get a few more Marines at any point in time. These Adepts are just killing SCVs that come to repair the reactor too. I mean, you have another Oracle. I just don't think you ever recover from the Oracle production. Maybe we should take the 10%, guys, and edit it a little bit. Maybe we change the numbers on that. Oh, that's pretty painful. That is pretty painful. Well, guys, not much else to say this one. Can't hold an Oracle without a turret. I mean, you can hold an Oracle without a turret, you just need a factory unit. An Oracle to zone, or a Cyclone to just zone as well, zone/lock-on as well. But yeah, I mean, in this case, you go triple CC and you have no idea it's coming and you lose Marines to your, the initial units on the other side. It's, this one's doomed, realistically. A little bit of a build order loss from Percival, I think. But I think this is pretty much the best case scenario from Hero. No factory, 1 Marine, no scouting. Like Percival played for the defense on the front with the bunker, but he didn't play for the defense against a Stargate in the slightest. As Hero, buddy, no. Hero's like, man, this game has been amazing for me. Surely I can just A-click 4 oracles in the mirror. No, not quite, Hero. Not quite. I mean, that's why you don't leave the game, in case Hero makes a hero move. I wish he just killed the Oracle, because I was going to say, if you had told me in this game that Percival would have killed every single Oracle, I wouldn't have believed you. BM Pylon? No, it's just a Warping Pylon, no? Like, if you control the natural of your opponent and your opponent can't take it back, it's not a BM Pylon, it's just a Warping Pylon, it's a Reinforcement Pylon. There's nothing BM about that. Like, you're literally in the natural and your opponent can't move down the ramp. Like, this Pylon's absolutely fine. I may feel like BM, but like, this was Hero's ground in the game. Like, if the command center wasn't there, it wouldn't be a BM Pylon, you know? Like, just because Percival hadn't floated the CC away doesn't make the Pylons BM or something. Crazy talk. Crazy talk. And this game went on a little bit in the end. Alright, game 2 coming up. Alright, I was trying to convince you guys that Hero Percival is going to be worth the watch, apparently. Game 1 wasn't, okay? Game 1 just wasn't. I'm sorry, guys. Game 1 wasn't what I thought it was going to be. I thought Game 1 was going to be a bit more fun. Alrighty, guys. Sanctuary coming up. For game number 2. I'm glad that the screen loading bug is gone. We were bugging out getting into games recently on the Korean server, but that seems to have alleviated a little bit at least, which is nice. In the top right hand side, I read Protoss player. This is going to be Hero. The power of Hero is the power to mix it up and to do things differently and to have a good time. As in the bottom left, our blue Terran is going to be Percival. My observer's at. Why is the observer I always want to click on is always at the very bottom of the list and I can't get there with the hotkeys? And then I'm playing a freaking musical instrument trying to pick an observer. Ay, ay, ay. Probably gonna get after the SCV. I'm gonna see the SCV finishing up the barracks. Marine gets after the probe. Is going to be able to get there. Probe goes down. Reactor command center coming over. Cybercore in the Nexus building from Hero. Get ourselves a rumbling for a moment or two. Book it down into the natural. Command center's on its way. And yeah, that SCV coming up as well. So bunker, command center, SCV producing a little bit of everything coming by for a little bit. You can see that Adept is building through also here currently. Adept on its way about. Again, Nexus halfway done. Early game. A lot more peaceful than last time. Last time we were readying up for some Marine killing. It was still quite entertaining the last game. Well, I'm glad the last game was still entertaining. I mean, it was an entertaining game. To be fair, it might have been hero stomping, but it was in kind of a fun way at least. So... end up going to go straight about. Hero opening Stargate again. It'll be interesting to see if he continues to do that when he plays against Clem if he wins this series. The Marines get ready to jump into the bunker. Again, Adept Probe, Oracle coming about. Orbital Command is about to finish here from Percival, Starport, and the Tech Lab continuing through. The Marines and the SCVs continue by as well as we pull away. Oracle will begin to Chrono Boost. That comes up the ramp. The Marines are going to gather around there. And Depth Shade cancels. Starport, Cyclone, and the Marines all producing. Next few moments. Marines pull back around into the main base. Cyclone, the medevac still coming through. The couple SCVs coming over. And the Adept is going to try and shade around. It's going to be seeing the Oracle is coming up. Oracle number 2 on the way. Twilight Council will be there. We have the Cyclone locked and loaded. That's a great defense. Now, spoilers, guys. Some expert analysis here. That is a much better defense than the last game against the Oracle. Yeah, I mean, the Adepts at least put in some work. They're going to get a 4th SCV. Ooh, the Medevac's going to boost after the Adepts. I kind of love it, but I don't think he's got the speed to fully get there. Oh, and maybe he just wants to go straight across the map. There's going to be another Oracle showing up, but the Cyclone is not here anymore either. I mean, the good news is he's going to have tons of pressure on the other side of the map, right? So, like, yes, you're going to lose some more SCVs here, but in theory, Percival's saying it's worth it because I'm going to get to the other side of the map and do some mega damage very, very soon. Marines unloading. More SCVs going down. 11 workers killed. Stalker about halfway done. Just going to push up. Battery is going to be taking damage straight away. Ooh, nice lift on the Cyclone. Marines have to target the Phoenix now, but it will drop down. Stalkers do not finish it off, so the Cyclone can kite backwards. Good move from Percival so far. Medevac is providing high ground vision here. Probes with a full surround. We're only going to get like 5 workers. Sitting in the probe surround's a little bit brutal. Nice to get the Oracle. Do we save the Medevac? Extra units showing up. Yeah, we are good. And Adept going down as well. Hero down 10 army supply right now. A gateway on the front as well is a little dangerous. This tank sieging feels very dangerous too, but we're not going to siege it. We're just going to push forward for single target damage mode. Doesn't quite get that Stalker. I think I would have preferred to see the tank siege. Because if the tank sieges and you play the siege position, you can keep the Medevac alive, and you can just slowly whittle on that gateway and the pylon at the front, and if Hero wants to break out, then he has to go soon anyway, right? Phoenix is going to chase the Vikings, going to get hunted, charge on the way over as... I've just lost my voice. Ugh. My drink's empty. Charge on the way up as well to follow through on this one. And we're just going to have ourselves the Phoenix coming about, Stalker, and the charge still building in. The bunker is about to be done from Percival to make sure that the counter damage is not going to have much opportunity. Alright, backup drink was done. The voice is back. Fun opening. I felt like Percival could have done more. I think those Marines, when they got surrounded by the probes, I know they just want to stand there and deal damage, but I think that should have been like when you have 8 Marines left, you lift and you reposition out of the surround. Because keeping the 8 Marines alive there would have done a lot more than killing like 1 extra Stalker or so. Maybe he kills 2 extra Stalkers though. I'm gonna shoot. Phoenix takes some damage. Marine tank. Continue to push onto the map here currently. Big shove across the map. Viking gonna hit the Phoenix again. That road bay coming up. No warp gate. He's got warp gate. No. Oh my god, he doesn't have warp gate. Oh, I see. Oh, that's. Huh. That's great. So his units are building super slow. Huh. Percival has stim. He has combat shield. He dropped this stim very early on. He's going to get the tank sieged up. The SCVs are here to help out, given the right situation. He just lifted up a Marine with a Phoenix. I'm going to go ahead and say that's not worth it. Sentries go down. The Stalkers are taking damage. Percival sitting tight at the front. This Nexus now in major trouble, and Hero is really reliant on Phoenix and mortal production, but he's going to have so few Phoenix, I don't think it's ever going to be enough to truly get to the siege tanks and to lift them up in a meaningful way. We have charge, but we have no good way to build Zealots. We're building Zealots slowly out of gateways. Do you think he holds with... Okay, question, Chad. Do you think he holds if he has Warp Gate and has faster production out the gates? He has 5 gates. Don't tell me he's going to hold anyway. If he holds anyway, then this is nuts. New Warp Gates are so strong. Yeah, no, I mean, the production time difference is insane. You can see the Phoenix pulling back, the Marine stepping through. A couple of more are going to hit. Zealots taking some damage. The tank's still hitting. One more going down. Wow. That's crazy that we hold this. Percival obviously lost a few units to the rally points. He's going to lose the tank, change his medevac. Right now he needs more Marines so he can get through the Zealots, but then the Colossus is out, and that's going to do a lot against the Marines. Phoenix going to get rid of an SCV. 3rd CC coming up. Obviously, Hero has to rebuild the 3rd Nexus. But the army supplies in Hero's favor, and he's just going to sit down this ramp. And Percival's not going to be able to move down this ramp for a little while. There is no way we shouldn't have warp gates still. Come on. Do you think he just doesn't... Like, is he going to try and warp in his warp gates at some point and be like, oh... What's the production time difference on a Zealot? It's like twice as fast if you have warp gate, no? It's 14 seconds for a Zealot, and right now it's 27. So he could be producing Zealot almost twice as fast. That's there we go. He starts it off. I mean, the man just held off a 2-base SCV pull with while building his units half as fast as he could have been building them. What are we doing, guys? Immortal, I'm going to shoot, going to see the couple of Zealots. Immortal's going down. We're going to lose the 3rd base. To be fair, Percival going to do pretty well here for a moment, but then the Zealot count is still kind of crazy. Like, he's still just cranking Zealots out of those gateways. Warp gate or not. Vikings will get rid of the Colossus. Everything else gathering. We have a 4th base coming up, so Hero can mine from here, but it's obviously going to be more exposed. That maybe opens the door for Percival to get more done. So there is going to be opportunity definitely right there and available. As the ByuN is going to unload, jump onto this Nexus. Starts coming straight across, going after those Marauders. Wouldn't mind's going to burrow. We've seen the Bio continue to stem and get after those Zealots. Just going to see the Immortals running up this ramp as well. 4 SCVs, 5 SCVs going down. I mean, with the Zealots gone, these Immortals are going to be doomed. They're trying to target fire down Marauders. Percival with a Cupid and pullback micro as well. Hero gives up his army advantage. He's now a slow building High Templar. I told you guys Percival Hero would be a game to watch. I told you guys, what a great series to watch. Did I think it was going to be the most comical series of the day? No. It's the right game to watch for all the wrong reasons, but, I mean, Hero surely now is unstoppable, right? He has fast building Zealots. Does Zealots still build slow if you start them before? Oh, that's interesting. So if you start before Warp Gate's done, finish this. So this Zealot takes 27 seconds. The next Zealot should take 14, right? Because Warp Gate's done. Yeah, look at that. Look at this Zealot! Oh my god, it's like we 8x the replay. The difference on that is crazy. Obviously, I just meant that Hero could have done more with less, essentially, right? I mean, Percival now has the army supply lead, and it's going to be tough for Hero. Having lost his bases throughout this game, he lost his bottom right base as well, by the way. Having lost his base throughout this game, he doesn't have the economy to go rebuilding again, so the fact he got cleaned up in that previous fight is massive. This Witherman going to burrow in a second. The main Nexus being targeted down as Hero just goes across the map to try and make it work. I mean, we're going to lose gateways and so on here. He actually morphed in Warp Gate now as well, by the way, so he can warp in across the map, although I don't think he has anything... Okay, he has a pylon down here to warp in with. First of all, has a Liberator. The Liberator is going to do some serious work. The anti-air is a couple Stalkers and an Archon, which the Archon's already gone. Another Archon just showed up, but so did 2 more Liberators. And Hero's lost his natural now. He's going to lose the 3rd. This, my friends, has the official stamp of Clown Fiesta of the game. That was absolutely stupid. That was seriously a thing. All right, game 3 in a couple moments, guys. As we get ready to go into this next game. Game number 3. Let's get this one started between Percival and Hero. Deciding map, winner plays Clem in the finals today, guys. It's WardiTV Mondays 96. That was that was an experience. Bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss player. This is going to be Hero. In the top right, our blue Terran is Percival. As we are tied up 1-1 in this best of 3. Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't see Percival winning this series if it took Hero not having Warp Gate the entire game. I mean, this entire situation was just crazy. Take a moment to get the voice back, guys. Apologies. Get set up for a few moments. We'll just take a little bit of time. Get ready to rumble. See what we're gonna do. Sells the engineering bay block from Percival as well. Gonna try and throw Hero off the expand a little bit. It's expensive to engineering bay block, but I guess with the CC being cheaper, it's more affordable again. These 100 minerals are, you know, not kind of free now. If I ever tell you a series might not be worth watching, don't believe it. I mean, guys, I didn't say it wasn't worth watching. You know? I was trying to convince people it was worth watching, and the first game was the Clown Fiesta, the second game was a Clown Fiesta. The second game was a Clown Fiesta. The first game was a build order loss that Hero made a little bit more entertaining by losing the Oracles at one point, but otherwise it's still pretty one-sided. It was still fun though. It wasn't just like, you know, some games can be unfun when it's like they both just build up and they get set. And once you get set, you are... You know, once you get set, you just kind of like take a fight and both players fight and Hero just wins. Like, that's boring. But he didn't win like that in the first game, right? So... Didn't win like that. Zealot moving around. Factory, Depot, Command Center. CV and a couple of Marines coming up as well. Try cancel gate, the Nexus, the Blink, the Warp Gate. Yeah, a little bit of everything still coming across. Get settled in for now. Zealot is moving. Reaper catches it. Percival hops in. Just gonna get a full scout of this main base, which not gonna reveal anything too crazy. It's a Twilight Council from Hero, a bit more than regular game plan from him this time. Believe it or not, he built Warp Gate this time too. Who would have guessed? The Warp Gate opener. Marines get after the hallucination. Factory lifts off again. Stalker and the Blink continuing through Gate, and the Robot Facility coming up as well. Marine's coming about. Robot Facility going through. Prism is going to start chrono boosting. Lib and the Marine on the way up as well. SCV is gathering the Marines to load. We are going to go up this ramp. Cyclone gets a good lock on that. First Stalker will go down. Cyclone gets low. Two Stalkers go down. The Marine's got the other non-locked onto Stalker. It's good to split your damage like that. That was not the move though. It's good to split your damage like that because obviously the Cyclone Stalker will go down if you keep vision. And obviously the Marines then would be wasted damage in that apart from speeding up the process. Continue to push in. That's a sentry that goes down. Nice little drop in the main base, catching Hero out of position. Cute micro of the Marines as well so far. Battery. Unfortunately, we could have turned onto that Stalker that was warping in because that would have been something the battery couldn't heal up against. I do fear a little bit because on the other side of the map, Hero's about to attack, and I'm not sure how much Percival has defensively. His battery recharge, which is why these Stalkers last a little bit longer. Percival now going to start losing SCVs. Nine workers going down. That is a very pricey scenario. So the Stalkers now blink to the low ground. A few more SCVs down over here are going to be taking damage as well. The Liberator gets some work done as well, though, to be fair. It's just we have zero answer for these Stalkers that are dominating through the main base into the natural. 19 to 7 workers tells you the story of this game. Stalkers coming around, a couple of blinks from those Stalkers, Marines getting shot at. Tank sieges, and a couple of Stalkers already getting blasted and pushed away immediately. Nexus Observer charge. Continue to come about, the Stalkers get after another SCV, picking that off too. Factory. There's a siege tank on the way up, and the tech lab taking some damage. He's gonna fire again, and those Stalkers just finally retreat. But man, they've had so much value. Like, these Stalkers have what? 13 kills? I'll jump in the Prism so we can't check the rest, huh? Fine. But, I mean, one of them had 13 kills. If that's not a statement, I don't know what is. Wow, the Liberator shows back up at a perfect time. Hero just went off. He's going to lose just the one probe, though. Liberator view range is low nowadays. The ring does not guarantee the shot. You need the vision as well. Robobase starts behind it all as Hero. Should be very happy with what he did. He's setting up to maybe attack into the natural, which, okay, Bunker just salvaging the tanks on siege, so maybe this is going to be the prime time. I mean, I guess Hero doesn't really want to go until charge is done, though. Observer is there. It's a very obvious scan. You stand right under it, and then you scan after. Wanted to drop the Immortal in to start getting towards the tanks quickly. Jumps onto the medevac, so Micro goes bye-bye instantly. And the Stalker count is going to be great. We get rid of a second tank. Then you just step away. The SCV's already had to pull. We can jump toward the main base. Now don't have the tank count to cover both locations. I mean, Marines can't do much either, because if you commit these Marines to another stim or so, they're super low HP. The medevac count's low because we just killed a medevac. We're going to play from the main base here as Hero, as he micros with the Stalkers. Micros with that Prism. The few Marines are still going to try and fight onto it. Siege tank comes across. Actually, just blow up the Immortal at least. And Hero is left with a good amount of Stalkers in this main base. Looks as though Percival will be a round of 4 finisher in today's Monday Cup. And Hero is looking to set up the matchup against Clem in the grand final. As the Widowmine shoots, the Stalkers blink. They do not go down. They refuse to die. Yeah, Percival is down about 14 supply army-wise. But he's obviously contained in on the 2 bases. What he does have is very limited. And to be fair, like, it would have been worse. Obviously, the Immortal was still up and so on, but he's only got 1 tank. Hero already has a Colossus, second one building. And Hero's just light pressuring at this point and maintaining control until he's comfortable moving across the map with everything, which honestly shouldn't be in the too far off future, realistically. Marine's going to shoot, a couple Stalkers going to get hit. Prism pulls back. Again, the 1-1 upgrades coming up on the Forges. The Extended Thermal Lance is going to be finishing very soon. Cannon Zealots, the Colossus continue to come about. Marine Marauder +1 continues to come by as well. The Stalker's going to keep blinking. That medevac very nearly went down. The Widowmine could have maybe tried to do something there, and instead it goes onto a couple of Zealots. Not as impactful as potentially taking out the Prism. With a 40 supply lead, you imagine that this next fight is going to be very Hero favored, and we can kind of expect that for a little bit as we push on in. The Prism goes down. I just don't think it matters. Don't think we need it. Colossus helped to get rid of the siege tank. We chase everything else, and Percival will have to drop. And again, another semi-finals from him. He's been in the round of 4 like twice before this in the last like 6 to 8 cups. So he's been hitting some good semi-final results, just not quite getting beyond that. Took down Shin to get into the semis today. Definitely has been seen success. And you just see the Colossus still pushing through. Marauder's taking damage. Widowmines power up. The SCVs, Mules under fire from the Colossus as well. This is Hero. Again, booking himself into yet another Monday Cup final. It's going to be another Clem Hero Classic. Hero's already been through max packs today to get there as well with that 2-1 victory. GG. Alrighty, guys. So yeah, Clem Hero Finals. Just update the scores on the bracket. Never mind, the bracket's updated. It's just not actually updated. Good games today. Today's been a banging cup. It's been a really good one. So Clem Hero in the finals, which is actually a Clem. We haven't had a Clem Hero final since Monday Cup 91. Before that, it was a hot second since we had a Clem Hero final as well. That was actually kind of crazy. Don't tell me that's only... This is the second time this year we've had a Clem Hero final. That's absolutely wild. Whoa. Okay, this is nuts. Hello? Okay. Okay, there's a couple more. 3, 4, 5. Had to go right back. If you ignore the other one from this year, you have to go back to May last year for a Clem Hero final. But then there was like 3 in the span of a few weeks. 6, 7, 8. So I believe it's the 9th time they're meeting in the finals. Wow, that's crazy though. I thought there would be more often Clem Hero finals, considering the fact that, you know, Clem and Hero win this cup more than anybody else apart from Max Packs. You would kind of think so, no? Yo, what's up, Stankops? Thank you so much for the 13-month resub on the Prime. It's been a while, what you thought as well. Thank you so much for the Prime. Not Imber, buddy. You are baiting the wrong person. I don't know what you said in the Home Story Cup stream, but you are baiting the wrong person. I can tell you that right now. Yeah. You made the list for shit talking me at Home Story Cup, which for everyone else that's shown up since then has been an insta ban. But I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt because you're here and you talk quite a lot. But I don't think baiting Helena is going to do you any favors. I really don't. Yeah. All right, Clem Hero will be coming up, guys. Just waiting for them to get this started. Wait for their videos and we'll get this ready to go. Rorschach going to be our opening map, so we got our opening map ready here in a second. Hero versus Clem best of 5 final, guys. It's like 10% of all Monday finals, which isn't a lot considering Clem is the most winning player and Hero's the 3rd most winning player in the Mondays. Hero's won 22, Clem has won 27. I mean, put it this way, right? They've only met in 10% of the finals, and yet Clem has been in 42 finals and Hero's been in 39. That's kind of a crazy stat, no? That they've only had the crossover of like 10 times or something in that period. Clem's had like 30 finals not against Hero. I don't know, maybe it's not that crazy. It seems kind of crazy. Yo, what's up? Admiral Spark, thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime. Let's dive in. And we get this into the bottom left-hand side. We're going to have ourselves this grand final starting up with the blue Terran player. This is going to be Clem. And he is in the bottom right. His opponent, the red Protoss player, Hero. I thought the game music was going to fix if I hopped server. Apparently it doesn't fix unless we actually go offline and completely out of StarCraft Online. So now I know that. That's useful, but yeah, I didn't know that before, guys. So there's no game music for this first game. Apologies for that. Sorry to disappoint. If you guys are enjoying the stream today, as we get into this grand final, once again, do consider supporting on Twitch. You can subscribe, you can follow, obviously, you can gift some subs, you can donate and share as well. All appreciated, all goes a long way, always appreciated, like I say. Of course, if you're really enjoying the stream, like I say, just continuing to watch is one of the best things you can do. But if you're on the YouTube, don't forget as well, you can like and subscribe also. By the time this gets, I presume this probably ends up getting uploaded to YouTube as a VOD. I will just give a little shout out to the YouTube VOD watchers. A lot of YouTube VOD watchers are really mad that I've not been updating new patch games, because the YouTube is usually a little bit behind schedule. And right now we're uploading games from the Spring Championship, because the Spring Championship games got delayed a bit too, because of the fact that we uploaded like some Maestros games and some DouYu Cup games like ahead of schedule. So I have like 2 more days of games, so like maybe like 4 or 5 uploads more of like old patch uploads. But people are going crazy on the YouTube. I'm like, man, I don't even have much new patch stuff to even put live. But they're really upset on the YouTube about the old stuff. So if you're watching this on YouTube, I'm glad that we're finally at the point of you guys getting some live games again. So good for you guys. I'm happy for y'all. And hopefully you can stop ranting at me in the comments that all the games are old and stuff. The crazy thing is, like, all the new games are on YouTube live streams. You can literally go to YouTube at any point and be like, oh, live stream. Click it. Whoa, cool. I get to do, I get to watch all the new games. So, yeah, do check the live streams if you want the freshest games on YouTube. And, yeah, appreciate it. All right, I can still make my own 24-hour background music video. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate, like, forgive me. I really just thought they'd fix it. I'm not going to lie. I honestly just thought they would fix it. I really just thought they'd have fixed the bug that's been here for, like, multiple patches, and we've had multiple hot fixes through at this point. I know. I just don't want to, spam my freaking YouTube recommendations with StarCraft. Like, I'm going to end up watching the YouTube, like, StarCraft music on YouTube, and then it's going to be like, hey, Wardy, do you want to watch this StarCraft music video? I'm like, no, I want to watch my normal YouTube content. Stop suggesting me freaking StarCraft music. I know, I'm very against this for basically no reason, I feel like. I'm sorry. My bad. We're on a pretty slow setup. Sorry, I was following the SEV instead of the player or the observer I was meant to be following, guys, so apologies on that one. As the Reaper is going to come through a couple moments and gets met by the Adept, turned around pretty quickly. So Spotify, yeah, but then my freaking Spotify Wrapped is like, wow, you loved StarCraft this year. And I'm like, no. And then, like, all my suggested Spotify stuff is also like, do you want to listen to game music? I'm like, no! Sign out of my YouTube account. That's a massive pain in the butt for someone who is streaming on YouTube. This is what I mean. Like, yes, there's ways to do it. It's all very awkward instead of just having a game without music and then relogging, We'll be okay, guys. It's just one map. It's just one map. Incognito. Right, incognito, and then I have to find the freaking playlist I made while not signed in. Oh, yeah. Do you, like, my whole point is that I can go through all these hoops and jumps. My whole point is it's so much easier to just have a game without music and it'll be back in the next game, guys. You're all making my point better by with all of this. You guys are backing up my point that it's just more effort than it's worth. The viewer's always right. I don't think that works quite so much. Colossus, Prism, Speed on the way, Forge and the Probes coming over. Hey, what are you watching from YouTube? Thank you for organizing the weekly tournaments. No worries, thanks so much for watching them. Appreciate it. Appreciate it big time. Well, Prism is coming across the bottom of the map. We're going to Colossus drop here as hero. Let's get back on track, man. I love that I'm just trying to give myself a good, strong opening on the YouTube video for this series by, like, doing the shout. And then the next thing we know, bam, we go on the 4-minute off-topic rant. This is absolutely what the YouTube video viewers love. the off-topic rant for 4 minutes. Ay. I mean, Colossus drop is fun. Obviously, Colossus buffed by a bit of damage, so they do +4 damage per... So each laser beam is +2, so +4 damage per shot to anything non-light. They do the same amount of damage to light units, but it doesn't really affect, like, harassing SCVs and so on. But it does mean that if these Colossus would kind of shoot at anything else, it might, add up a little bit more than before. I'm just going to have the Prism. I'm going to take this Colossus in, going to deny the CC. Hey, this one... Hey, look, Terran's trying to take super fast 3 CC. What do we say? We say Colossus drop it. That is a very awkward moment. Auto turrets on the Prism. Wow, nice save from Hero. That was actually really good. Really well done. Because that was actually very scary. The Cyclone had the Prism lock on. He had to move out of Cyclone range and leave the Colossus behind. Wow. And now he just wandered the Colossus in for the heals. Wow, that's even sicker. This actually makes this map even better for the Colossus drop. Oh my goodness. Now we just have a full HP Colossus. That is crazy. Holy sound effect. Yeah, I think the sound... I personally think the sound effect's a bit much for every ding, but It's still nice. I mean, someone actually using the using it, it's pretty sick as well. I mean, it makes so much sense because you're essentially trading Colossus HP to get damage done a lot of the time, right? That's like one of the downsides. In this case, this is absolutely it's absolutely going to be fine as we see the Immortal building up from the Robo facility. A couple extra gates are finishing as well. And do you have the Combat Shield, Concussive Shells +1 building through. A couple extra Medivacs on the way. The barracks are still building up also. For the next few moments, Hallucination still sitting tidy. I'm surprised. I thought the Colossus couldn't use the Healing Shrine as well, guys, because of the air blockers. But I guess if you can walk onto the ground, it's fine. I know Colossus is weird because it's like an air unit and a ground unit, but I guess because it can walk in on the ground, it's okay. Doesn't matter. Cells and the Sentry coming through, and +2 attack upgrade coming up at the moment from Hero as well. Gateway Forge, continue to build. I'm just going to see that Colossus. Going to dodge the Widowmine shot. Kept the pressure up from this the entire game. Now some Zealots are showing up on the other side. And Hero looks to put some pressure in toward this third base in the next few seconds. Medevac gets up toward the top. Nexus coming through, just setting up on the gold base. Couple Vikings, Marines, Marauders coming about. We are going to be seeing the army from Hero continue to get across to the left-hand side. Here we go. Just going to see how Zealot's going to come charging in. The tanks are very exposed, and the force fields are amazing, and the Colossus in the back will do a lot. He's actually got a lot of Immortals behind this. The Immortals are going to chunk through what is a Marauder-heavy army currently on this low ground. Very good start from Hero. Does he have the follow-up to keep this going? The Vikings are shooting at, well, the real Colossus is still full of HP, so I don't know what the Vikings are shooting at, but it's not anything successful right now. The auto turret does barely anything. Keep on charging forward. Hero looking to take further advantage here. Wow, the Hallucinate Archon just ate a mine shot as well. Hallucinations have been pretty great. I guess the Hallucinate Colossus didn't need too much damage. Eats a shot now. Can Hero keep going? 4 Mortals are very buffy in this army. Like, they're very buffed up. You just got yourself a very tanky force there. As the Bio comes across, the Vikings are going to be sitting overhead. Extended Thermal Lance, +2 attack about to finish, +1 armor's on the way. Few Zealots up at the top, seeing what's up. That gold base is settling in from Hero, so holding the map control is a win from him anyway. He also already has +2 attacks, so those Colossus are going to be laser beaming for big damage. Did Clem randomly scout the hidden base? Yes. I don't know if that's random, though. Like, if Hero's going to play like a map controlling composition, him attempting to take the gold is a very Hero thing to do. So I don't know if that's like a random scout. I think that might be a very normal scout. So yeah, Clem does know about the gold. As we are going to be seeing this couple of Widowmine shots going out. So let's getting some hits. Going to try and step away here. Hero's army is not made for fighting at this point, though. Good force fields, but we got to try and find a way away from this fight. He's getting a Thermal Lance. Did he build another Colossus? He's got 2 up. Okay, so he does have some Colossus right now. Probably hiding them for a second. Oh, never mind. He's walking across the map. So he's going to have both of them here. Looked like we actually had to bring some units in from that top side as well. It was the Medevac flanking above. Okay. Well, maybe it's a multi-win Medevac, no? You scout the gold and you flank. You know, maybe it was into, I don't know. We do have the Bio gathering up. The Prism is going toward the main base by the... sorry, not the Prism. The Medevac's going towards the main base, by the way. The Marines going to load here, and Hero's going to drop the recall to defend it. That's really nice. The one single Medevac forcing the entire army... not the entire army recall, but most of the juicy stuff the army recalled. Results going down. The Sense Tower gets cleaned up. The Marines going to try and fight Power on Prism in the main base is nice. Vikings do not get it before the warp in. It's going to more than anything draw units into the main to deal with these Zealots. They're going to run to the corner. I don't think those units are meant to be there from Hero. He does win the fight against those Marines. Okay. This was horrible from Hero. He just lost every fight. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the Zealots in the main base are meant to die, and they did what they were meant to do. They took a lot of attention away, but then... what else did we gain during that? Not a lot. Losing the Immortals at the front is very messy. I thought that was another few Zealots that were just going to try their luck with, you know, running in at the same time, and obviously that just didn't really happen, so... huh. Kind of a wild one. Stalker's going to gather back up with the Colossus, the Sentries, and everything else. See another Widow Mine hitting, but that's pretty well dealt with. Slipped away, only one Zealot down. The next Zealot gets away too, doesn't get claimed by the Cuss of Shells at least. Not for the moment. A couple of Marauders are going to get to work, so we're going to start dealing some damage already, put some work in right from the get-go. Bioforce coming about. We'll take a couple moments and we'll see where we go next as the Force of Hero is coming across again. He had a lot of money to spend, so he's bounced back pretty quickly. He's on 4 Colossus. Anti-arm missile strikes pretty decently. Stalker step up to get a medevac. Now blink away. Clem going to decide to keep chasing, so he wants to pressure this fight. The Vikings will get a few more shots off already. The Bioforce getting some damage done as well. Stalkers get pushed back once again. 9 additional Zealots brought in. Hero is still maxed out. Actually has an army supply deficit because Clem has a few less workers. That's not uncommon. There's a Hallucinate Colossus in here going to try and tank some damage, but the real Colossus are the ones taking the shots, but they are both going to get away low HP. Man, this army of Hero would love to take a trip to the a trip to the healing shrine. 2 Colossus getting full HP after how this has gone so far would be incredible. Instead, I'm going to attack in -2 Colossus extremely quickly because the Vikings can in fact target fire. And the other 2 Colossus are going to have some work to carry as Hero has continued to expand through the top of the map. He's got the top left corner in his hands. For now, that's fine because Clem's so focused on the bottom side. We're actually going to step forward here. Vikings will land on the ground to help us out. That one Immortal. Problem with the Immortals, you can kind of see they have to get close and personal, but if they get too close and personal, they end up in they get in trouble very quickly. They can't really back away. You know, it's just a bit too close and they get caught and they take damage. They're still fighting here. Close and I know, I said Percival instead of personal. I still have the semi-finals in my mind, what can I say? It's a ton of Zealots warp in. Hero's starting to introduce the Disruptors, which obviously is where you go in these games a lot of the time because you're going to play a lot of gateway units and the Disruptor support. It helps you to back away from fights. It helps you to zone the Terran in the fights as well. It's a very reliable way to make the Terran actually have to back off. Colossus or something which the Terran at some point might be able to be like, you know what, I can just attack into it. Disruptors, you got to respect the Disruptors unless you truly believe you can split and move forward into them, which is really not easily done, honestly, at all. Disruptor shot firing again. We see the 3-3 upgrades building from Clem. Ghost Marine Marauder coming up also, just for now. Another 10 Zealots warping in currently here. They're going to fight, a couple units taking damage. The Disruptor shot going to land on a Marauder. We turn around, Disruptor dies. Zealot's going to keep charging through. Stalkers on the right side, going to try and fight as well. Another Disruptor shot trying to land. Bam, bam for some Marine Marauder. The Vikings land as well. Stalkers going to keep trading here. The Disruptor coming across. Guardian Shields are up. Clem's supply is not good enough. Wow. What a fun, scrappy kind of game from Hero. Super fun, scrappy, gets it done. Hero 1-0 lead in this best-of-5 final. Man, that was a very fun game. I actually really didn't believe what Hero was doing either, to be honest. Like, it felt as though he was unsuccessful in a lot of his fights, but clearly not to an extent that was negative enough that it mattered. And we'll go to Olsen Temple for map number 2. Just trying to get the ads rolling over here, guys. No, ads all the time. I know I can tell we've had good games today because the viewership's crazy. We're about to peak over 2,000 viewers across Twitch and YouTube combined, guys. So shout out to everyone who's been watching and supporting today. It's been a pleasure to be with you, and it's been a lot of fun. So yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of this final. Like I say, we've got it's kind of crazy. We're like 450 viewers YouTube, 1,500 now on Twitch. It's very good for a weekly cup, obviously. Appreciate you all. And sweet. Get it going. I didn't restart my StarCraft. God damn it. Alright, close spawns. We're going to start on the bottom right-hand side. The blue Protoss player here is going to be Hero. Taking on the red Terran in the bottom left corner of the map, we've got Clem. Game number 2 of this best-of-5 starting up. How has the chaotic patching affected viewer numbers? I think on YouTube viewership went up. Not on my YouTube, but like just talking generally. I think YouTube viewership went up. I think a couple of I think like some streams initially got a bit more viewership, but like it's not been noticeable. If anything, I think viewership has been down. There's been a lot of tournaments days lately where viewership has not even peaked at 1K on Twitch, which is pretty uncommon if we get like a 3 to 4 hour stream in. Like usually we at least tipple over 1K at the end of the day, or at some point, or like in the best match. So yeah, viewership has been pretty rough. It hasn't helped that obviously a lot of the guys were not really super eager to play at first either. So yeah. There is genuinely, I mean, not to be negative, but like there is genuinely a lot of people that actually just stepped away from StarCraft because of the patches. So yeah, I mean, there's genuinely a lot of people that actually just said no. And like, I know people like, I'm gonna quit if this patch, but like people actually did quit. Like people, I know people who have played StarCraft 2 pretty much constantly for like years and have actually just stopped playing. So I do think there's like, for some of the excitement that the patch gives in terms of viewership numbers, I think there's actually genuinely people who watch daily who have just walked away and said, no, I'm done now. So yeah, it's kind of a weird balance. Lots more streamers coming back, maybe tuning in different streams. Who's come back? I don't even know who's come back. I mean, like, some people streamed for like a day, and like, that was it. I saw, but like, yeah, I don't know. Forcing. Insane. ByuN, and we get a Stargate up next to it, so Hero is going to go for the proxy to try and create some pressure here on Ulsan Temple for game 2. So he doesn't actually know where Clem is, right? So he doesn't know where Clem is, but he knows that Clem can't be vertical because it's only horizontal or cross spawn. So he puts the Stargate in between the two. It is a little favored toward this base. And he's going to scout top left to see if Clem is there, maybe? Or what are we going to do? I guess it's very I guess this Stargate is very close to this natural, but very close to this main. Okay, he's going to scout top left when he sees Clem isn't there. The Oracle can fly bottom left. And then we know where it's going. Cycle on the way. Extra Marines continuing to be built up right now. Cyclone Marines continue around. Oracle's going to head down to the bottom left side as well. So here we go, but we've got the Cyclone about to be done. How many SCVs do we get before the Cyclone pops? 3? 3 is pretty good. Losing the Oracle is really bad. He knows he's too close to the... he's too in the base to get away, so he drops the recall for the escape. It's the only way that Oracle survives there with the lock-on coming through. Dep's going to run back over to that bottom right side. Here, he was like, this is Rorschach, isn't it? I'm bottom right, you're bottom left, so I take the 12 o'clock base, because it's a gold. It's like, if you just cut out, like, a third of the map in the middle, it's like, this feels like the last map, let's just do a similar thing. No healing shrines, no Colossus drop, but, like, you know, I'll take the base in a similar kind of way. Twilight Council on the follow-up here. We do get a Phoenix that's going to help us out a little bit. The few Marines in the main will die to an Oracle. I was wondering if this is worth it. Like, it's a lot of Oracle HP for 3 Marines. This Oracle is super low. Leaving takes a few more shots. Obviously, that was maybe not in the initial thought process of it. Nexus just selling. Again, Blink Nexus. Couple gates on the way. Probes and the Zealot coming through as well. Extra Zealot warps into the front. Siege Shank and the Stimpack will continue to build. And that Cyclone moving around the left-hand side to see what else is going on. Stargate, Pylon, settled in. Phoenix at the front. Clem's going across the map to try and see what's going on. Can't quite see it just yet. He was obviously just scouting cross spawns to see where Hero is. He doesn't actually know yet, so seeing where Hero is at. Nelly honestly found this base accidentally, which would have been incredible. I wonder if Clem just probably doesn't know about the lack of a third base. Like, if he saw no third base here, he might think twice about pushing, right? But he's not even going to see it before he decides he's just going to send it anyways. To be fair, Stim is about to be done, and Hero does not look like he's got a very convincing army right now. I'm going to lose a pylon that powers a gateway and both the batteries that would be here. Okay, so I guess these batteries will be powered by this pylon. I'm just going to straight up kill the gate again. He's got Stim to use when he feels it's ready, but, I mean, we're missing Blink still as Hero. Without Blink, it's so tough for him to take an engagement into this. Seven probes going down. I mean, everything that was on this front going down. Hero doesn't really have anything to show for it either. He's going to pull up into the main. He's got gates here that are producing through, but I guess Nexus is going to fall. The Oracle heading down through the bottom side of the map is going to just try and put some pressure. I think there's a missile turret there, though.
We could use some help here.
I wonder when Clem gets suspicious. I mean, you see no third base, right? So surely at some point you're like, well, what were you doing if you just died of this push and you didn't have a third? Like, he scans here because he's probably thinking it's there, but like, I've got to imagine Clem starts scouting around the map because it just doesn't add up. Like, in what world does Hero not have a third and also have absolutely... It's not like Clem did okay on this push. Like, he just completely dominated. The Hero had nowhere close to what he needed. But you just can't possibly believe that Hero doesn't have something else going on, right? Why Phoenix into Blink? It's not really Phoenix. It's just it's a Phoenix. Can be very useful against like the Cyclone and so on. But he proxied the Stargate, so you can't really play Phoenix Colossus because you've got to keep building the Phoenix off the proxy Stargate. And if you lose the Stargate, playing like Phoenix Charge or Phoenix Colossus kind of falls apart because you're not going to get enough Phoenix out in time. As the Widow Mines burrow up. It's going to be honestly pretty good connections. As Hero will blink in after some of Clem's units. The Widow Mine there will actually connect as well. Stalkers on Blink cooldown. And we save the Widow Mine. The Unburrow is going to be good for that. Hero obviously having to rebuild his natural at the moment. Reset this here. Stalkers blink up to the high ground once again. Just maybe having a couple of units getting picked off. Marines and the mines continue. Stalkers continue to fall. Cleanup continues. Now the tanks and siege get ready to push forward. Can Widow Mines be repaired? Yeah, they're mechanical units. Hero trolling? Why is he trolling? He played a very legit build, no? He played Proxy Stargate into Blink. Like, this is really not that weird. He didn't do anything crazy, he just didn't have the units he needed to hold off the push. I mean, he hit the third base, but honestly, the hitting third base is... Like you say, it didn't work for him because Clem didn't... I actually wonder if Clem wouldn't have attacked if he saw the lack of a third initially. I wonder what that would have looked like instead. GG's. Clem ties the series up 1-1. We get all tied up in this finals of WardiTV Mondays 96. Three people just were like, "Oh, I need to restart StarCraft." I wonder if the music bug is something like the music is just not set to loop once it's played through the entire playlist. Do you guys think that's what it is? It's just like it's not set to loop once you've had StarCraft open for like 3 hours. It's just like, oh, I've used all my music, like no loop. Yeah, I feels like that's what it is, which feels crazy that it could just be that, but like it actually does feel like that's the case, honestly. Which is kind of wild. Stop playing 16 hours a day. Can't help it. Too addicted. It does seem to happen like within, like at about 3 hours into it, though. Like it does seem to happen about 3 hours in, like every time, you know? So I think it must just be like the loop is busted, you know? It's kind of funny. Already GLHF getting cold. Let me get ready to go for this in a second, guys. Into Sanctuary for map number 3. Anyone else with a Prime sub they're not using? Wow, doing the sellouts for me, huh? Appreciate it. If you guys got a Prime, make use of it. We are below 500 subs. Would be amazing to bring that back up towards the 500 marker if we can. Help us out with that as we get into game number 3. We're all tied up here between Clem and Hero. In the bottom left, it's Clem. In the top right, it's Hero, and Hero has an early probe coming across the map right now. Through the center and to the bottom left. Yo, NWH11, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Did I miss any others? Well, Bitburger AC just came in with a Prime sub as well. Thank you. I believe I missed Admiral Spock on the 10-month resub 28 minutes ago. Maybe as well. Are you serious? Thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime too. Found the button. Alright, we got a Prime train. See, there you go. The Prime train has hit the station. Well, does it hit the station or it's left the station? I think it's left the station, guys. Prime train has left the station. Thank you so much for the Primes. Appreciate you all. As we do see Hero actually proxies a gateway. Did Clem just see this? Wow. Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty telling as to what Hero might be doing, guys. I don't know if you know, but that seems pretty great. Hero really likes proxies. Yeah. He is known to like his aggressive play. Well, like I say, Clem's very aware of this. Yeah, bunker is going to come down even, so he's going to bunker before anything else. And it's going to be tough for Hero to do much off of this. Now, it's just one gateway. It's not proxy 2 gates or anything along those lines. Definitely positive as the depot comes through. I mean, it means it's not super committed from Hero, but you'd still like to get something out of this because it's still a gateway you've put out on the map, and it's still a gateway that's going to be vulnerable in the wrong circumstances, right? So I'm just going to go Marauders, which is just amazing because obviously any units that try and be aggressive here, then Marauders can do very well against them. Did he cancel the Zealot? Yes. Hero's just bailing out of this. Like, because Hero saw Clem start to kind of develop and just saw that the build was just not going the way he wanted it to. So he just pulls out and just goes elsewhere. Which I think makes a lot of sense. Marauders move out. They're going to go straight after that pylon so we can shut that down straight away. Get that cleaned up to begin with. Clean that pylon out. Again, the gateway continue to come around. Take a couple seconds. Rover facility and the Nexus both coming through, and we have ourselves the warp gate again. Building along for a couple of moments here. Yeah, rover facility, battery, Nexus. A little bit of everything coming around as this SCV wants to go up this ramp, and is going to be met by the sentry straight away. Pylons, battery, and the Nexus going to be seen, but not bad from Clem because you basically negated one of your opponent's initial, gateways in the game. That's obviously going to be very good for you. You slow down your opponent in a big way. So yeah, Clem should be pretty happy with how this has opened so far. I don't think he can be too upset or anything about how this has gone. Starport is coming up also. Marauders, the Marines is going to hit this gate. Obviously, just in case it gets repowered later, we may as well make sure it's dead. And what else are we doing from here? And Hero's already just backing up into the mole. I mean, it's been a weird start because obviously Clem saw it. Hero backed away from it super early, so it's a very weird, kind of weirdly placed game at this stage already. Thank you, by the way, Burden of Twitch, for the 2-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you. We nearly have a Prime hype train, guys. One more Prime sub to begin the hype train. And what has been, to be fair, very hype WardiTV Mondays. It's been really good games today. The ByuN Rogue in the round of 16 was awesome. Yeah, Clem Rogue was a bit meh, but both the semi-finals were fantastic as well. It's been a great day of StarCraft. So, promise up if you got it, as you do have the Raven, a couple of Marines coming over. Stargate is halfway done, so Hero going Stargate on the follow-up to all of this. So Robo into Stargate, already has a couple of Immortals. Potentially has the possibility of dropping those Immortals around with the Prism. I'm very intrigued what Hero is game planning for right now. Second Stargate. So he's just going to play the Sky Toss? Fascinating. He's just going to go like double Stargate Phoenix Colossus? Huh. Yo, not Flatline. Thank you so much for the Prime sub to kickstart the hype train. Unbelievable. A hype train on a Monday. Crazy. Raven gets 2 probes, good order turrets. Air weapons begins. I'm fascinated to see Hero try and make this work. Just because it's going to be so much commitment to these Phoenix. What's weird as well is that you show 2 Immortals early. I mean, I guess as Clem, you kind of got to balance what you build, because obviously if you build Marines and Colossus come up, then the Marines melt. So that's kind of an interesting POV of it all as well. Starport is going to throw down the reactor, get that on the way, and like I said, we're just spamming up some Phoenix. Now, this obviously has the potential to, if the Phoenix can keep map control, throw a Fleet Beacon down as well. If we're not going to go Colossus, then we're surely going to go more into Sky Toss, right? Fleet Beacon down, start to get something up beyond this, but, I mean, does Clem ever give you that amount of time to be able to successfully do that? That I don't know. Probably not is the answer, to be honest. Zero Phoenix, thank you so much for the 40-month resub as well. Bringing in the big resub. Thank you, thank you. Bio gathering up, a couple of Immortals in the corner. Tell you what, the Prism Drop has been doing some work. Those Immortals have genuinely found some very good damage throughout this. And continue to apply pressure. I'm almost surprised we haven't seen a Viking just to get rid of that, because it has been significantly annoying for Clem to deal with throughout this so far. As the Juvia, thank you so much for the 75-month resub as well. Thank you, and hope you're doing great. Thank you very much. Stimpack Combat Shield and the +1 still building. The Cyclone locked onto the Prism for a second there. Stimpack, again, Combat Shield, and that +1 all continuing through for a few more moments, as we do have the Prism actually gets very low, needs to be careful. Needs to be a little bit careful. Again, a couple more Phoenix are building out. Colossus and the Zealot still continuing up. Probes and our Gateway coming around. The Starport is about to pop out as well. Medivacs and the Marauders. +1 in the Combat Shield. Continuing to build as well right now. The air weapons from Hero continues to come on by. This Orbital is going to float across. So it's just Phoenix Colossus. I guess what's just really interesting about the setup is that it's Phoenix Colossus, but like, we waited forever to build the Colossus, right? Which, I mean, usually you go Phoenix into Colossus, but then usually you go for the Stargate much sooner. It's because he went Immortals, then Phoenix Colossus. It's been a very weird build from Hero. Obviously, again, Colossus did get buffed. Same damage to light units, the same damage to the Marines, but they will do more damage to Marauders, tanks, mines. Anything that's not light, they do more damage to than before, so it's a pretty major positive for sure. Did you get the Fleet Beacon? Getting it now. I thought he might have got it early with the way it was going, but like I said, I was not really sure if I was expecting the Colossus to come through in the end as well, right? I'm just going to see our Marines stemming up. The Phoenix takes some more damage. The Vikings get a few more shots off. And this is the problem with the Phoenix, they're so freaking annoying to play against. They find an opening, they're going to do serious work. They have so much energy to utilize as well. Because there's so many of them, you just gather so much energy. And you can really spam lift things for a lot of power. Phoenix get chased away right up that left-hand side, so pushed right on out of there. 10 SCVs fell. Apparently I knocked my mouse, and that's why we're not looking at anything. Ion Pulse Crystals getting set up. We're just going to see the charge on the thermal lens coming through. And get a few more Vikings. Still be on the way. Temple Archives is building from Hero as well. He's going to try and stem forward. Those Colossus are putting some work in. I mean, Hero... I feel like a wraparound fight from Hero is not ideal. Usually you just want your Colossus to be attacking from one angle. Phoenix are getting good work done on the Vikings, although those last couple of Colossus are going to be able to hold their own. The supply says probably not, as this fight was a little strange in the grand scheme of things. Phoenix pulling it back already. Just going to get over. A couple of those Vikings already going to be getting jumped on. We're just going to dive forward. A couple of those Colossus going down pretty much immediately. So just going to be able to knock that down. These Phoenix are still coming across again. Colossus going to finish. Carrier going to finish very soon. Those Vikings pick off another Phoenix. Still stepping by. The Zealots are going to try and chase forward. Clem just kites back. You get rid of the Zealots and everything else is going to melt. The Viking count is good for the Phoenix. There's nothing of value left for Hero at all. A Carrier shows up. Carrier's like, I'm here to join the fleet. And it's like, oh, the fleet is dead? Guys, what happened here? Wanted to become an amazing Sky Toss carrier, and instead he ends up being the dream of what could have been. Not the game the carrier wanted to spawn into. As Hero says, G to G's! And Clem will take it to a 2-1 advantage in this best-of-5 final. Heading to a game 4 in a few moments. Blackrock will be our 4th map then, as Clem looks for his 28th WardiTV Monday's victory with this series going his way right now. Everyone join us. I'm currently in the player slot, which I'm not worried about. If I have to TVT Clem, I will. Let's get ready for game 4. Blackrock coming up, guys. Blackrock coming up. 5-minute commercial is criminal. I can't even run 5 minutes of commercials. It's literally impossible. Run 3 minutes though. And alas, it supports the StarCraft. What can you do? Alright guys. We've got a lot of people in here. 1,500 plus on Twitch. Hitting the 500 marker on YouTube, which is awesome again. One more time, as this might be our last game of the day. Do consider liking and subscribing on the YouTube. Follow on Twitch if you do not already. And one of the main things I just want to quickly mention is, again, the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged on the Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools, such as this one, such as the Monday Cup, as well as our currently running Summer Cup, the upcoming Summer Championship, and obviously just building into the WardiTV 2026 series in general. We have a championship at the end of the year coming up as well. So do check out that Patreon page one more time. It's patreon.com/WardiTV. Like I say, 100% of anything there goes directly into prize pools and will end up in the pockets of the players, who are quite important to continuing to see good games of StarCraft 2. Papa Mitch on the tier 2 resub for 133 months. 11 years, 1 month and counting. Crazy business. Thank you so much for the 133. That one really is pretty crazy, as the SCV and Pro will come nibbling at one another for a few moments. Rogue obviously arrived super early, so it's been harassing a long time. This SCV left to chase it for a little while. SCV turns, goes after the probe a little bit again. Thank you for the Monday Pro SE2. No worries. Thanks so much again for watching it. Again, appreciate you all. Coming across again next in Cybercore coming through. Reaper is about to finish the command center in the SCV coming up as well. And we just see where we go. Marine pulling back around. CC high ground, very safe expansion from Clem. Obviously, this is the second time that Hero and Clem have played on this patch. Obviously, we played the show match with them the other day. Level sponsoring that one. Actually, owe Level a show match as well. I've just not been able to get anything together just yet since then. But they play anything else since then. Sometimes they play some sneaky tournaments here and there as this Reaper gets to business. Nope, they did not. So this could be the second time Clem finds a win on this new patch against Hero. Hero's definitely testing a bunch of different things out, though, right? Like, he's playing in very different ways. He's playing with a lot of different units. He's really taking this series, and I think the tournament is a chance to experiment with things and play around with styles. Because it definitely feels like that is a lot of what we're seeing so far. Rendezvous on the warp gate. Take a few moments. And again, Cyclone on the way. The couple of Marines are coming over. Our simulator is building from Hero, so we got an extra gas up. So that's going to be a second gas of the game, and we can maybe start seeing some tech as soon as the Reaper hops in. See what else is going on. Reaper is going to shoot a second. A couple of Adepts going to take some hits, and the Marines will be happy to trade here, apparently. I mean, a fourth Adept shows up. Two of the Adepts shade away. I feel like this. Oh, they're in the main base. Oh, I see. Well, that is a good shade. I was going to say, I felt like 4 Adepts could have done some serious work against those Marines, but 2 getting into the main, obviously, get some SCVs. Only going to be 3 SCVs. It still actually felt like this overall should have been better for Hero. Problem is, he's set up on these 3 gates, and he's trying to apply pressure, but that goes a lot of your pressure right off the bat. The Cyclone is very good against this pressure as well, and the Siege Tank's going to be even better too. Cyclone is not going to be good if you run it into the Stalker's head first. Still may be okay if you get it out of there. Locks onto the Adept. Got to be super careful right now. You have the vision from the Marines, so you don't have to get too close with the Cyclone. Finishes that Adept off at least, but would have been nice to be locked onto a Stalker, of course. That is not happening right now. A couple more Marines taking a bit more damage. The Siege Tank, the Cyclone continues to gather in. Going to see this Adept getting cleaned out as well. What's been lost here overall? 1,000 resources from Hero, 600 from Clem. The big issue, I think, behind most of this is just the delay of tech. Heroes continue to build units. He's paid the tax and the warp gates. His tech behind this is extremely slow. Twilight Council and Gateway only just begin now. That's going to be seeing the Adepts coming around. The Marines and tank gather up. Raven, Marine, Stem continue to build. Twilight Council just finished, and we have our Stalkers and the other couple of units just going to sit nearby. For the engineering bay up to complete this wall. Hero goes charge, which pretty much feels essential with how late the Twilight is, right? You can't really get into Blink from here. You only get Blink and then what, die to the stimming of bio units and tanks. This probe spots the Raven. And Clem might not have realized it got spotted. He's not going to change the course of it, so these Stalkers might get a good grab. A step back into this game for Hero, perhaps. The two Adepts are going to step into this mineral line, and Clem's going to be distracted. There's no way that Raven lives. Raven. You're kidding me, that Raven. The best part is the Raven's stuck on the top of the... Like, there's not dead airspace over here. We can kill this, no? Wait, is that high ground? No, it doesn't even get to the high... Oh, you're kidding me. Hero got... I mean, Hero gets 4 SCVs, but he got caught up on the Adepts instead of killing the Raven off. I can't believe this Raven survived. This actually felt like a Raven that should have never lived, you know? Like, there's just no way in my mind that this should have ever been a survival Raven. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. That's funny. And look at it, bam, 2, 3 workers? No, just the 2. Last order turret went down just in time for the denial on the 3rd, so we have got a Dog Shrine from Hero. I kind of like it. Honestly, his setup is not great. He's very charge bot heavy. DTs can eventually become Archons too, but I think right now we got to just get something going your way, and DTs maybe a bit of a shift in momentum if Clem moves out. The DTs backstab, maybe there's some really good opportunity there. Maybe there's something we can find as a chance. Those Zealots coming out, the armor upgrade coming through, +1 on the combat shield coming up as well. Orbital lifts off, going to get ready to float forward for a little bit. A bit of battle coming through, the few Zealots are going to try and get over there as well. Seeing the Zealots are going to try and charge through. I mean, we get rid of the tanks, but man, this is your army, by the way, as Hero. This isn't just a run-by. Like, that is the army. You could have confused it for a run-by, because it's literally Zealots with a couple sentries, or maybe a little bit odd, but now he's going to warp in the DTs. Let's see if they can cause enough chaos. I mean, the Raven's dead, right? So, at least that's something. The Raven to bring home. DTs get into the main. Okay. There's 1 scan available in the natural, at least. Hey, the DTs are going to do work, guys. Clem is going to be in some trouble. He is going to be in some trouble. The DTs are going to go to town, and Hero's chaotic style is going to strike again. Natural gets scanned, the main gets scanned, but a DT gets away. The 3rd base, there's no scan available there. The orbital is taking damage. If it has to live, then obviously it's going to be tough to land it back down for a scan as well. Going after a reactor is going to be another scan available right now. This orbital lifted and lands again, but we get 1 more DT kill. 14 SCVs down. Big swing of momentum for Hero. I still don't love his army. His army still sucks, plain and simple. But he has 1-1 upgrades and going to 2-2, so he's going to be getting good upgrades at least. I mean, Clem's issue right now is he needs to get turrets up. He needs to stop scanning every 2 seconds. Uh-oh, Stalker's going to make a play for the orbital. Losing an orbital right now would be pretty massive, considering we're desperate for scans. He has to run into DT range and let the DTs do some damage to his army without detection available. He will save the 3rd, though, and that is obviously massive for Clem. He cannot really afford to lose the 3rd here, as Hero already goes to 4 bases. Clem sends 1 Marine out through the center, probably to try and get a bit of a scout on the base count of Hero and to figure out where he is at in this game, and to figure out how we need to start playing around this as well, I would imagine. Extra gates gather up, 2-2 upgrades coming over. Zealots will be here as well. Vikings gather up. Just going to see a little bit of Bio pushing through. Zealot's going to try and charge in. Nice force field. Going to force the Bio to kind of be up close to those Zealots. We have detection because of the turrets, so these DTs will not be as deadly as before. We actually do drop the scan, but the DTs blink into the main base because Shadow Stride is done. Unfortunately, only one lives to tell the tale of going to the main base, and he will tell it to the SCVs, or at least try to, but there was units in position. Marauder there. The DT doesn't die, but does get pushed back for the moment at least. Another group of Zealots coming back into the center. 2-2 upgrades coming up on the side of Hero. They're going to be finished in just a few moments' time. So we get to 2-2. 12 more Zealots just got warped in. Hero, again, playing with a lot of gateway units and just going to keep the momentum up and hope to eventually outmass Clem with the economy he's now set up to 82 workers. Clem's challenge is going to be taking a fourth because obviously he's already struggling somewhat to hold himself up against these 3 bases of the Protoss. If he tries to get to a 4th base, it's going to be more positions that Hero can attack into. Clem, surely this is a horrible fight for Hero. He's going to recall home because of a few Marauders hitting a Nexus. Medevac saved itself, saves a Marauder too. Wow, recalls back the Stalkers, but all these Zealots just went down. I mean, don't get me wrong, Hero's kind of rich, but I don't know if he's that rich, because that was a lot of Zealots. This DT gets cleaned up one more time. That was the one that got pushed back before and survived. Didn't do too much else, gets dealt with. Stalk's getting hit, Zealot's getting hit. Bio is going to pull back. Those Zealots taking a lot of damage. Liberator will be sieging. Tank is going to fire. Stalks and the Zealots are going to keep coming through. A couple more Zealots continue to fall. Wouldn't mind as well. Burrow up. Bunker is going to be good as well. We're going to get a sentry. A couple more Zealots still falling. And every fight from Hero is an absolute mess. He's now half the army supply, but he's also 2-2 to 1-1. And he's actually halfway to 3-3. He's going to have 3-3 to 1-1 at some point of this game. It's going to be a major issue for Clem. Hero's also got 2,500 resources and more to spend, which probably puts him in. Well, I think he just wins if he spends the. Well, he just did spend the money. Wait, what did we spend the money on? Oh, he just warped in 10 DTs. Okay, yeah, of course we did. They're going to look to blink on the left side. They can't blink in, though. There's a missile turret there. If he blinks in, it would be a disaster. He's going to try and thread the needle. He's going to blink behind this army. Widowmine's going off. There is a scan available. Now the DTs can't blink away. It's actually crazy because it's just so unnecessary for Hero. Like, the last thing he needed right here was actually 10 DTs. Like, he's about to hit 3-3. His army supply is low, but if he spent that money on something a little bit better than just DTs, like, his army's almost unkillable with the freaking upgrades. Now we morph in the Archons, but that's a little late to the party. Look how good these Zealots are with 3-3 right now. Widowmine's hit the Archons. No! The Archons melt away. No, this was not it from Hero. I genuinely, don't get me wrong, the supply wasn't great for him, but I actually think with the upgrade, and if he spent that money elsewhere, I actually think this is a playable game for him. But I actually think those 10 DTs were just so expensive, and they did not do anything. Like, they did absolutely nothing as the Bio pulling back. The Ghosts are going to be chased. So we can get rid of a few more Zealots here. 9 SCVs going down, and a couple of Zealots into the mineral line getting cleaned out. The Prism going to fly down into the main base. The other Zealots are going to come down to the bottom as well. A couple Stalkers on load. The SCVs get jumped on. Marine Marauder Force continues to build up. These Zealots will keep going in after these SCVs. The Bio will just stim. Missile turrets removed, so at least we give ourselves a chance to deny this base on the bottom side as Hero. Obviously, DT harass, that could be huge. The Prism goes down, though. That is not going to be a success. So the Prism falls. We do have a couple Colossus that's still coming up as well on the side of Hero as well. I mean, I like the Colossus. I love that we're finally tech switching. He's had the economy set up to do that for a while. I know he's felt the need to keep throwing units at Clem, but the Colossus switch is genuinely a good move, I think, because he wasn't going to end the game with the army he had, but I definitely think he could have kept trading with 3-3, and then you hit Colossus and it looks good. Clem only has like 1 Viking right now. A few Marines top left, going to force at least a warp in up there. Kira at least now is not too far ahead on upgrades. There's only 1 set of upgrade lead instead of the 2 sets of upgrade leads, so that's going to be a major positive for Clem also. His army supply is still massive in this situation. Sees the warp in, just going to get away from that. Wow, that was a warp in and a recall. A double defense from Hero. The warp in enough was already, going to scare Clem away, so a little unnecessary. Resource loss difference must be disgusting. 22.3 to 14.3 is pretty disgusting for the amount of resources it is. Like a 10k difference for that amount is... Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. We're not wrong. Lots attacking through. Missile turret's going to go down. The Zealots try and charge in still. The Vikings will be there. The Marines are going to stem into the mineral line on the right side. A few of those probes already taking some pretty serious damage. Marines up on the top. Going to get dropped down as well. A few more units will open in with this. That cannon is going to go down also. Now our Nexus still in trouble. Nexus will take some more damage then. Again, the 3-3 coming up. The ship weapons is coming through. The Marauders, Marines, and the Vikings continue to go. Stalkers will continue to produce. 4 of them coming into place already. We're actually going to kill this Nexus with these Marines. Stalkers are trying to say no, but they do not say no hard enough. Or not, they don't say it soon enough. You can shout as loud as you like, but if it's too late, it's too late. Here, we're trying to take the bottom right side, which is where Clem is heading to. This CC might be in actual trouble. There's, obviously, there's units nearby. The Colossus are coming into a bad angle. The Vikings could absolutely get some shots off. It's not a lot of Vikings for the amount of Colossus, and there's a good amount of Stalkers to play denial as well. This is where Colossus can shine. A choke point, and Clem can't do anything about them right here. Clem's +3 attack upgrade just finished. That is a godsend for him right now. The +3 armor will be a very similar positive feeling. As we do see the Zealots are melting. What is the Disruptor doing? Fire! Do something, Disruptor! Do something! It's just sat there doing nothing. The Stalkers have gotten rid of every Viking so far, apart from like one and a reinforcing Viking that just showed up. That's huge, but there's only 2 Colossus remaining. 30 army supply lead for Clem. He can jump on this. I actually think he can just go. Like, there's very few Zealots here, so I almost feel like he could have just chased forward on that moment, but he's going to play a little bit more calmly and a bit more securely. Sieges up a siege tank in the background. EMPs and Disruptors targets 1, targets 2. Too far forward and in a bad position, unfortunately, is going to be costly. As the Biok Force comes in again, the Vikings are still trying to chase after the Colossus. Another Disruptor is caught and killed. And Clem is going to find the pylon here. I mean, Hero's kind of got his back up against the wall with this Nexus, but does Clem want to make those few extra steps forward? Oh, those Colossus are so low, by the way. Getting rid of them would obviously be massive, but we do not have the Vikings to kind of hit from afar. He's going to try and land the CC, I think, just to body block a little bit. Supply is in favor of Hero. And there's Clem. It's a big round of Vikings. It's massive. The Colossus all die, and the splash damage isn't here. This army's so much worse. Uh-oh. Clem's going to see the potential to fight this in the bottom right. Next results, warp in. We're going to chase forward. It's a 20 army supply lead for Clem. The upgrades are finally even, by the way. One of the things that's been Hero's advantage is now completely gone from the situation. Zealot's just going to take a few more shots. The Stalker's looking to come through. We've got the 1 Colossus here. I think we can commit the Vikings onto that Colossus at this point. I also love that we're building libs. In this choked up area, libs are going to be absolutely monumental. Note, by the way, that these medevacs are super low on energy because it's been such a committed, aggressive game. We've been stimming and fighting all of the time. We do not have a lot of healing available on these medevacs. This bio army is constantly hurting. Massive fight for Clem. The army supply of Hero is plummeting downward. Down to 36. He's got minerals to spend, but that's about it. Clem did land the Vikings, loses a bunch of them, but not all. So he has a few left for the reinforcing Colossus that are coming up. 20 minutes in this game. Clem is desperate for a new base, and he lands it right now. Can he hold on to this base? It's an expensive planetary to morph. 250 minerals. Ain't cheap right now. Nexus will fall in the bottom right. I mean, this was more of a warp-in point than anything else. Had a couple probes there. It makes an orbital on the right side. To be fair, like, a planetary maybe doesn't do too much for you right now unless it's, like, a handful of Zealots. You know, if it's a handful of Zealots, a planetary fights off. Anything else, I mean, a bit of damage output in a bigger fight is nice, but you know, he'd rather just build the orbital. To be fair, an extra mule or two for some extra minerals ASAP is probably also not a bad thing, considering the state of the game. Tank. This tank's been here all game, by the way. 15 kills in it. This is a nice fight for Clem, just pushing a lot of Zealots back very freely. Clem's maxed out, but can he find a chance to go fight? The problem is if you move out properly, Hero's going to take advantage and run across the map into your bases and try and make your life very difficult and very miserable. Why is Hero allergic to Stargate tech? I mean, has he been rich enough for Stargate tech? Man's not exactly had a stockpile of gas. He's been building Colossus, which were necessary to make his army good enough to actually keep fighting Clem in a longer period here. This Colossus goes down instantly now, though. So does the Prism. Clem just finds the fight with the 100 army supply lead. And looks as though he's going to have more than enough. Man, this was... I mean, if Hero was a lot more dominating onto Clem, then you can switch into Stargates, but this is not a back-and-forth game. Like, Hero was fully reliant on momentum and overwhelming, and he didn't get there, so there's just never been a time for him to build the Stargates. Realistically. As Clem builds off a base on the left side, we are going to see... I mean, Hero basically realizing there's no way you fight straight up, so he's going to try and cause chaos. The Prism is super low. Some Vikings trying to chase the Prism. Doesn't matter, though, because we just had a Widow Mine do the job for them. Clem looking to claim his 28th WardiTV Monday as he powers through the upper left-hand side. The few Zealots are running into that far corner. Another round of Zealots on the right side are going to come down in this direction and just try and reinforce this spot. A Disruptor gets picked off. That gets cleaned out. And Clem is again up about 100 supply, putting an awesome cap to what has been an epic Monday Cup. The Zealots just going to charge through. That Liberator still firing. A few more shots coming in. The Zealots are still getting cleaned up. The Liberator, the +2 ship weapons. Orbitals will build. More Zealots just going to get shot at. They will get cleaned up as well. We take that down. Far right side. More Zealots trying to do something. They're already cleaned up. Bigger fight on the left side. This is the majority of Hero's forces at this stage. Clem didn't just establish the right side 5th base, though. He also got the 6th base up, which is absolutely huge. 2 bases of fresh economy is something a Hero can never fight through at this stage. Yeah, great game. GG's. Epic hold from Clem. Hero made it extremely tough for him. Remember that this game was not a pretty one for Hero. Like, he was in some weird positions. He brought it back a lot with DTs. But he was still in this really weird place of having to do so much, you know? GG's. Awesome series. Awesome Monday Cup, guys. Clem wins his 28th. But what an absolutely epic final. Epic final, epic day. If you missed ByuN Rogue earlier, go watch ByuN Rogue. ByuN Rogue Game 3. The whole series was great, but ByuN Rogue Game 3 was really good. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Guys, that's it for us today. Tomorrow we are back, though, as we have got the WardiTV Summer Cup continuing. Let's have a look at this. The full groups are out for the Summer Cup, guys. So, if you would like to check it out, tomorrow we have got the following: Shin, Percival, Shameless, and Let Alex come into play. And then later in the week, we're going to have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We're going to have on Thursday. What am I doing on the weekend? I've got no idea. Oh, OSC stuff, I think. Thursday is going to be Kua Zaun, Mixu, and Christiana. And on Friday, we're going to have Rogue, ByuN, Mana, and Hero. Obviously, on the Wednesday, we will have Kung Fu Cup action as well. So that's what's coming up over the course of this week. There's also Zero Space goes into early access in like an hour and 20 minutes, guys. So we'll probably be playing some Zero Space across the week as well at some points. So that'll be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. And yeah. Wait, Wardy, why are you casting? You thought you'd leave if Zerg push 8 worker start? I still never said this, mate. I never said it. I said it makes me not want to make StarCraft content because I don't like the changes, because they're stupid. But I never said I was going to quit. If you want to keep manipulating my words, go wild! Guys, when we wrap up, we're going to raise the WardiTV 24/7 channel. However, if you want more live StarCraft 2, I highly recommend you check out the Monday Night Weekly. That will be starting up on Roddy's and other channels in about 20 minutes, so do check out the Monday Night Weekly. We'll raid up the WardiTV 24/7 channel because it is helping us to fund even more StarCraft. You can check that out on twitch.tv/WardiTV2 if you do so fancy it. And like I said, I'll raid you guys over there, but definitely go check out Roddy, who's live right now too, for the Monday Night Weekly. That starts in like 20 minutes or so. Thank you so much for a wonderful day. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, and I will see you guys tomorrow for WardiTV Summer Cup action and probably some Zero Space as well. Ellie's here complaining that it's time for her to get attention, so I will go and see to the needs of the puppy, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for an awesome Monday Cup. Thank you for helping us get back to 500 subs. We just about made it. And we'll continue that grind tomorrow, guys. Thanks so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2.